Hello gamers, we are back once again. Theory stream again, potentially the last theory stream. I think we are going to be able to stream every day, except for maybe tomorrow for this coming week. I think. I don't want to give a guarantee on that yet, but you know, just saying that for the time being, because past the big project deadline. I have some quizzes during the week, but they're kind of spaced out. I think I should be able to be on top of everything. So that's all besides the point. Let me get everything open here. We're gonna play a sound, or we're gonna play music from the game. So let me open the game here first. Oh, I am not on my proper scene. That is why nothing is showing up. There we go, perfect. I was like, why don't I see anything that I normally do? Okay, I think I have the game volume set a little bit low. I do. So let's go here. Let's see, I want like... I think I like this, but... It's Witching Gold. I think there's another version of this. Because now it's like a crescendo here. This one's good too, but it's a bit staticky. So I don't want it to like be a little bit off-putting in the background. Sorry, this is in fact the most important part of the theory stream, is finding out what song we want to have in the background. Ooh, wait, this one. Okay, this kind of gives a good theory vibe. Discolor's the leader right now. This one always sounds like a Higurashi track to me. Ooh, this one's fire too. But this is like the outro song. I know it has lyrics. Oh my god, that one was going crazy. Ooh. That's scary. Yeah, we're probably just gonna use Discolor. I like how that sounds. It gives a good theory vibe. Okay, everyone. So we're locked in. We're back. And we're ready for the motherfucking theory stream. We don't have many more of these left in us, okay? So we have to enjoy them while they still come along. You understand me? It's been an interesting 3-4 days, okay, since I've last played. Very interesting. And I've made some revelations, and I've even made negative progress in some areas of understanding this game. But I want you to know that after this stream, because technically it's already in my mind, I have the answer to who Beatrice is. Everything lines up. And I'm going to have to swallow a big slice of humble pie to accept that my inability to see the forest for the tree has now led me down the wrong path. But even though we are 6/8 of the way down the path, okay, I'm turning around at this opportune time, and we're gonna go back down what I think is the proper path. Now, let's get into this. So, let me open my notes. So this music makes me wanna go crazy. Let me go to my desktop real quick and get my notes open. Close all this other shit. And pop open my notes for you guys. So, let me first find the thing here. Okay, this actually might be a little bit too intense. 1 second. It was kind of cool for the start, but it's a little bit too intense for me to just be talking. I do like this parallel one. Okay, we'll see how this sounds. Just because I want it to be a little bit more lax in the background. Okay. But that one was good for a little bit of a speech. Okay. Post. Episode 6. Theory stream. So, I did a lot of thinking. Now, there's a few questions here, and there's a few things that I think are going to be really hard to put together, albeit rather impossible. I don't think I'm capable. I know I have all the pieces, but maybe I cannot see the whole picture. But I think there's a few things that have narrowed down who the person is, and looking back over some of the big events over these last few days, I think it's become even more clear who the person actually was. And you know, I think that a few of my assumptions that I had made had led me to totally discount this person. But I think first what is good to start off this theory stream is trying to first lay out a few questions that need to be answered. Because we have brushed up into like sort of a problem where a lot of, I think, the minor questions of the game have kind of been wiped away. Even though through episode 5 and 6 we didn't necessarily get a whole lot of direct answers, I would say that episode 5 and 6 were a lot more of a meta conversation about how this game is going to plan out. And that we've reached kind of a completion, I would say, not of the meta narrative, but the meta narrative is in a place where everything makes sense. For the time being, at least. I'm sure there'll be some developments, but, you know, yeah. But so, I was thinking over these last few days about a few questions that I've had while playing this game that we haven't really got an answer to. And I think what I'm going to do now is try to write down as many of those as I can believe. I'm going to freehand this. I didn't do any of this beforehand other than thinking about it in my head, just because I think it makes better content. So, the first question that we have here, which was the question that was posed at the end of the last chapter, which was, there are only 16 people on the island. Wow. So that was the one question. We realized this at the end of the last chapter. The whole reason why it is 16 and not 17 as listed, which I know any of you who played this game know, is that because Erika was like a addition on top of the actual player count. When she was removed, you know, she was saying like, oh, I'm the 18th guest, and they were saying, oh, even with you, that only makes 17, because if we're operating under the assumption that there was only 17 people, because we had wiped out Kinzo, the fact that Erika, you know, n plus 1 equals 17, so if we do minus 1, you know, we get our answer. There's 16 people on the island. I have 2 theories as to the resolution of this, and I'm not going to be able to really comment a ton on it, because the one theory is sort of what stared us right in the face at the end of the last episode, and the other is one which is much more grand scale. And that one, I think, would require me to almost replay the entire game or rewatch every part of the game. And I am not really interested in doing that, at least until I am done playing the game. So that is the first question. We still have another question. What is the epitaph? What is the key the killers, we'll put, are using to select victims for each twilight? Okay, that's another question that we have. Now this is sort of a, actually we'll do this. And we'll say, what is the purpose of the epitaph? Okay. Those are pretty fair. The next one, who is Beatrice? And I'm trying to think here, because like I have all these things in my head. I'm just trying to separate them out into like distinct questions so that they make sense apart from each other. I'm sure a lot of these will get blended together as I like go through and actually answer some of these. Hmm. I'm trying to think about how to word this all together. It's not very easy. Sorry, one sec. What am I... Oh, it's a part of the song. I thought it was my roommates playing something. There's like a that's a part of the song that sounds like something being played through like a floor or a wall or something. So we're gonna have 2 other questions here. So, let's get into this. It's going to be a little bit disjointed, and we might add or modify these questions as we go. But we also have like 2 of the minor questions. These ones I don't think I'm going to be able to solve, which is the letter mystery. This is Ep 5. And the locked room mystery. Episode 6. I'll probably try my hand at both of these again, but I don't think it's going to be very easy. Now, let's start with there are 16 people on the island. How? So, looking back at the last scene, there's one really obvious interpretation, and this is the one that, you know, the idea of like Occam's razor makes me more favored towards it being the truth. And this is that all along we've been told in this game that the furniture are not people. We've been told this whole time, furniture are not people, right? The only thing that was weird about that is that over the course of the game, I had taken this to be a figure of speech, you know? That these people were servants, they had viewed themselves as subservient to the main house, to the head of the house, and because they had viewed themselves as subservient, they had viewed themselves as less than, they had viewed themselves as tools. So along this path I had said that furniture was just a figure of speech, these were actually humans. Now if we're operating under like the rules of the game, and I mentioned earlier the magic curveball, which I think is coming at some point, where we're going to get some kind of fuckery like we did at the end of Higurashi with the reveal of Hanyu, that I think there might be some magical, majestical explanation, but the one very simple explanation for how, even with Erika joining, there could only be 17 is... So, number 1, that furniture are only being counted as 0.5. Furniture, in this case, meaning Shannon and Canon. And Canon. If Genji was included, this is the only thing that had come to mind, is that I don't really view Goda and Kumasawa the same as the other 3. The other 3 are inscribed, right? They are furniture. In episode 2, when you go into like the magic side, witch explanation, only these 3 are listed as furniture. The only thing that's weird about that would be that... So there's 2 ways to view this, right? The furniture only being counted as 0.5, furniture in this case meaning Shannon and Canon. If this is the case, there is no alteration to the number of people that we have. We just have the same 16 people / 17 kind of with Kenzo that we've known the entire game. Only flaw with this theory is Genji. If we think that Goda and Kumasawa are not the same. Because I don't know if I've ever heard those two in particular. I know I definitely never Goda, but I don't think I've ever heard Kumasawa say anything about her being furniture. The only problem with Genji, if he's not considered different, is that we have a hanging 0.5, right? We have something that doesn't make sense. Okay, is that part of the song? It must be, because it's still repeating. I'm gonna change the song, actually. I'm sorry, because the song is kind of bugging me out. I like this song. Just because that song has like a bumping noise in it, and it sounds like somewhat like a bass, like reverberating through like a wall, and I keep thinking it's my roommates playing music, and it's not. So the big thing with this theory right now is that we have the same 16-17 kind with Kenzo that we've known the entire game. The only flaw with the theory is Genji, because if we count Genji, if we think that Goda and Kumasawa are not the same, then we have a hanging 0.5 if we include him. The only way this theory can be made whole is either A, one of the three of them counts as a whole, and then the count returns to being 16, because you have one person counting as one whole instead of 3 halves. And so then you have one whole, and then 1/2 each. Or B, one of Kumasawa and Goda, I should say or Goda, So, sorry, let me just write these down here separately. So, basically what I put here is that the furniture are only being counted as 0.5 furniture in this case, meaning Shannon and Canon. If this is the case, there is no alteration to the number of people that we have. We have the same 16/17 kind with Kenzo that we've known the entire game. The only flaw in this theory is Genji, assuming that he is furniture as shown over the course of the game. If we think that Goda and Kumasawa are not the same, then we have a hanging 0.5 if we include him. The only way this theory can be made whole, such that all the details fit, is that A, one of the three of them actually counts as a whole, so one of Genji, one of Shannon, one of Canon. If we judge by the ending of the last game, it would be Shannon in that instance of that game because she won the whole duel. And then it would return to being 16 because the other two would add up to being that. B, one of Kumasawa or Goda, or I guess potentially someone else, but we would probably assume it's one of the servants, are actually a 0.5 as well, which would mean that we have 4 halves. The only thing with that theory is that that also opens up the gap of there being one potential human spot, that you could introduce like a character that is hidden that we haven't known about this entire time. And that doesn't mean Erika, I mean like including Erika. There would still be an extra spot that could be filled the whole time. The only thing that is a little bit sussed out about that is that feels like it kind of breaks the Nox Decalogue that we've been assuming the game has operated under the entire time. So there's 2 things here. The second one, which is possible, and this is the one that I'm saying that I can't really vet because it's going to be really hard to, because it would require like a very long analysis of basically the entire every scene of every game that this character would be involved in, and that one of them would not be as presented, and that would be that. So, the second theory is that we have some Sixth Sense shit going on, and one of the characters presented to us the entire game has actually never been there, but has been like a magic embellishment of some kind. This way that every person does still actually count as one, but one of the people in the game has never been present the whole time. They're a figment of the game's presentation. I don't think that this theory is going to be correct. I feel like by this point, there would have been more of an inkling if this is the case, but using like twisted logic, this is like kind of one of the only other conclusions. I think I floated this at the end of the last stream. This is one of the only other solutions I think I could float that would make sense to have this discrepancy be squared. I would wager it's probably the first of these two theories listed. However, I don't know which of the two when I say like that somebody else is a half or that one of the three counts as a whole. I don't know if the A or B theory in part 1 is true. I would wager it's probably A. The only question then would be why. But that's a whole nother topic. It's not that I think the second one would be more of like a big reveal, would be a big like twist, but I think it's just really hard to imagine. I'm also going to put down here wolves and sheep. And we'll come back to that. I'm probably going to leave the Beatrice reveal to the end. Or maybe not, we'll see. Because some of these things are like really hard to divine right now. And some of these things I still might not be able to answer. So I'm not going to pretend that I can answer all these. So I'm going to combine these into one question. I don't know if they deserve to be separate. I'm going to jump to this question. Who is Battler? What is his sin? I think that in the previous stream when we had done a big theory about these, I think that we were on the right path. Okay, look, actually, we're gonna have to get to the Beatrice thing because I don't think that I'm going to be able to operate for the rest of the theory stream without sort of just getting right to brass tacks. And this is what I spent the majority of my time thinking on. So, in my mind, as the game has gone on, it feels like more and more things have pointed to Jessica. And I mentioned something, and this was like the one nagging thought in the back of my mind that sort of jumped to the front towards the end of the last stream. And it was that this entire game I've talked about how when you play mystery stories, it feels, or if you play, or if you read, or if you watch any mystery story, anytime, especially before the very like climax of something, that a person is very, very, very much implicated, it almost serves as like an antidote of, or like a removal of them from suspicion for me. I talked about this with Ava in episode 3, that the very fact that Ava was such a like integral part of that episode, and the fact that she was so front and center and so obviously being painted as Beatrice in that episode seemed to me to almost vindicate or absolve her in my mind, that there was no way she could be Beatrice. So there's a few things about Beatrice, right, that we know have to be true. So let's put it here. Things we know have to be true for Beatrice. Now, there's a few of these things, and you'll see very quickly that it limits it down to 2 people. So, number 1 here that we would wager is that Beatrice is probably young. Not just because of the prior point in earlier streams mentioning that whoever is Beatrice must be able to convincingly pass as her should they dress up. But I would say, hello, welcome. So Beatrice is probably young. I mentioned this in some of the previous streams, that if there was somebody that was moving around the island that was acting as Beatrice at any given time, I think that it would have had to have been somebody that was young. The reason why I say this is Beatrice in the portrait, I believe, was described as being in her early 20s. So you would imagine that whoever the person is, they're going to have to be someone that's within like spitting distance of that age. So, you know, plus or minus a few years. So maybe like, I'd say as old as like mid to late 20s potentially, on depending on like the build of the person, or, you know, as young as maybe late teens, right? These are like the range of ages that the person could be. And the reason why I had this in particular was when we were talking about human Beatrice in episode 2 when she showed up, everything seems to indicate. Now, I will say that we had this conversation of Beatrice, or we had this appearance of Beatrice in episode 2 that Kiri saw, and I initially thought that this Beatrice may have been a fake. But the fact that Kiri saw her, and Kiri being someone who I don't think is going to be very magically inclined or more likely to believe in magical things, which I think was also even proven by the end of episode 4, that probably wasn't her, or sorry, that probably wasn't just a fake. So I've had this thought in my mind that there has to be, if there is somebody that's on the island that is Beatrice, one, it doesn't necessarily mean that they, how do I word this? It does not necessarily mean that the human Beatrice that we saw in episode 2 is Beatrice. But I'm repeating myself too much. I've just had a thought in my mind that if there is a Beatrice, and if there's a person that's dressing up as Beatrice to act as Beatrice that's on the island, I think that she probably was young, because let's say that silk dress that we constantly see, which I don't think has ever actually been a real Beatrice to this point, that had to be, there has to be somebody that could potentially like wear that dress to pose as Beatrice if they needed to at a given time, or to dress up as like the human or the younger Beatrice that we saw in episode 2. So we had like a pretty tight age range, and so the reason that I had initially was that in my suspect list I had Rosa and Jessica, and I was saying, well, Rosa and Jessica are probably the only two people that could put on the dress if it was real, and to be able to convincingly pass. However, there was one person as well that I didn't really put into that list, which was Shannon. So Shannon could have also reasonably done that. The only reason why I initially had included it was because of physical characteristics in terms of like hair color and everything. I guess I never really put into the possibility that the person could be wearing a wig or something like that, but, you know, it seemed a little bit far-fetched. But so we had that Beatrice was probably young. The other thing too that I like about this theory about Beatrice being young is that we constantly get told throughout the earlier part of the game that Beatrice has like a childlike disposition, that she's very smart, but that she also has like a little bit of a childlike stubbornness. And you could just chalk that up to personality, but I think it also could make more sense if you say, oh, well, the reason why she has this like childlike streak in her is because she's a person that isn't very old, right? She's not too far away from her childhood, so she still has like that little bit of something that you would call like immaturity as a part of her. So I'll put it here also. Why Beatrice, despite being, we'll put in brackets, 1,000 years old, still has a childlike disposition. So then the number 2 point that I wanted to bring up is that they have to be someone who is familiar with both the island, meaning layout of the mansion, stuff like this, as well as the history of the island. So the reason why I make this point, number 2, the first part of it was pretty straightforward. I think there was a few things that I'd mentioned earlier on. Now, I'm going to say as well, there's so many, this is like a, the mystery of this game is kind of like a quilt, where you have all these mysteries that are present that are running in parallel to each other. And these are all weaved together. So it's hard to like just pull a single thread out and be like, look, this is like the mystery, look, this is like the answer. And the one thing I'm going to make very clear when I say this is, and I've had this especially after the last episode, I don't know if Beatrice is a villain. What I mean by that is that she was posed as the opposite of Battler for the whole game, but it seems like what she was doing was obviously for Battler to reach some truth, and maybe that was just the role that she had to play to get him there. I don't know if Beatrice is inherently evil. I don't even know if she is the one that is necessarily doing the killings on the island. This is something just to keep out there. I'll come back to this later, once I finally get to the end of who is Beatrice in this section. But so, one, they had to be someone who's familiar with both the island. The reason why I mention this is if we assume that Beatrice is responsible for some of the killings, which she probably is, especially in like episode 1 and 2 at least. I think in episode 3, it gets a little bit dicey. Episode 4, I still think is something that I don't really understand, and maybe will become more clear as time goes on. But at least in that time period, for those first 2 episodes, it seems like it's probably Beatrice. This person has to be familiar with the layout of the island. We have the things like the message bottle forgeries, that this person was subsuming the name of Maria and shooting message bottles out. And again, this is where I'm going to bring up the whole like quilt idea about these mysteries, that it doesn't necessarily mean that the person who Beatrice is was the person that also wrote those message bottles. There's so many like potentialities, like there's no guarantee it has to be that way. But I'm just saying that, whoever it is familiar with the island. And I think that for the message bottles, the person who wrote the message bottles had to know about Maria's handwriting. When they had to have sent the bottles out before the typhoon started, I believe was like what they had said at a certain point in the game. So the person had access to the island before anything had happened. That also implicates a lot of what's going on, as well as how the killer has been moving around with knowing where keys are, things of that sort. It seems like they're very familiar with what's going on. So we're then narrowing it down a bit more. Number 2, this was a big focus, or I should say the second point in number 2 here, was the history of the island with the Akujikijima stuff. We got a little bit of like a touch on this in the last episode, and I think I'll tell you my interpretation of it, is that in the last episode, when we were going through the restoration of Beatrice, so in that last episode we had the Beatrice of the island, which was represented by the Elder, and then we had like the egg Beatrice, or like the young Beatrice that was born at the start of that game. I think a lot of that episode was also to show the creation of how Beatrice became who she was, how she got to be the Beatrice that was present for the first 4 episodes. The reason why I say that is I think there is one way that you can look at that episode and you can say, look, this is like Battler trying to recreate Beatrice, right? To restore her back to like who she used to be. I think there's another angle that you can look at that story as, and you can say this is how Beatrice was initially created. And I think we can learn something about that when we look at like the legend of Beatrice. We know that whoever the current Beatrice is, if we follow our first point of Beatrice being young, this Beatrice is probably not like, the originator of the Beatrice of legend. We know that all the siblings, when they were still living at the mansion when they were growing up, that the legend of Beatrice was already a thing then. The epitaph was only formalized 2 years prior to the start of the game, so the legend of Beatrice has been around for a while. I think the reason why we started to get the intermingling of the idea of Beatrice and with the Akujikijima stuff is that whoever the person is that has created the image of Beatrice, or who has taken on the image of Beatrice, I think this person had heard both tales of Beatrice. They had heard the legend of Beatrice that was told, maybe from Kinzo, maybe from, whoever, from the portrait, other things, just like from being on the island. And then you also have this second Akujikijima story. And over time, this identity fused into 2, such that, it's weird. Like, why does Beatrice get hurt by the spider webs and everything? It's just really odd. You would think that doesn't really map on with her being a Western witch, and with the Akujikijima being like Eastern mysticism stuff. So I think the way that you can view the last episode is that the 2 Beatrice is also an explanation of how the original Beatrice came to be. How the Beatrice that we're playing in this game, how the real Beatrice of the game board, if you can even call it that, came to be, which was a mixing of both the legend and of the girl herself. Whoever the girl is that actually is Beatrice, and whoever the legend of the island is, and all the other stuff with Akuji Kijima and everything, and how it got fused into one person, which was the Beatrice at the end of this episode 6, but also was the one that we played against in the earlier games. This person was the culmination of all that. Okay, we follow. Now for number 3... Fuck, I had it in my head a second ago what the third point was. Fuck, what was it? I kind of remember the third point here. Oh, it was that 3, love is related somehow to Beatrice's creation. Hence, the common message of without love, it cannot be seen. So, I'm going to get into what I think the creation of Beatrice was, and I think it was almost explicitly told to us at the end of the last episode, so don't take this as some like grand revelation of mine. I don't think this is very surprising. The way that it sounded, and what I think the actual sin is not actually the Battler swap, which I will get into. I'm actually going to take a little detour here. We're going to go to the Battler thing. I think with the Battler thing, I think that the theory that we had in the episode 5 stream was actually right. And what that was that I'm pretty sure, I can't type of course, the Battler is Kiri's son. You have to give me a second to explain here. It explains why he looks so similar to Angie, which is a discrepancy that we had early on about, oh, it's really weird, like if Angie and Battler share only one parent, why do they look so similar? Like, why do they have the exact same eye color? Why do they have the exact same hair color? You know, it seems a bit odd. And we know that Angie was born from Kiri, but we had this discrepancy that was told to us that, oh, Battler was Asumu's kid, but then in the episode 4 we got, oh, well, Battler's actually not Asumu's kid. And I think we'd posited a theory earlier on, which was that because they were on the same due date, Asumu and Kiri, the only thing I'll say about this is I have like a huge fog of war on this topic that I don't know the explanation for why it happened, or even how. But I can tell you what happened, I think. And what I think happened is that Kiri mentioned in episode 3 when she had the fight with Envy that her and Asumu were set to deliver on the same day, and that Kiri had a miscarriage, and because she had a miscarriage, she had this huge envy of Asumu for basically stealing Rudolph away. What I think happened is I think that Kiri was actually the one that gave birth, and I think that Asumu was the one who did not. I think that Asumu was the one who had a miscarriage. I think we said this at the end of episode 5. And that Battler was then taken, because at this point, Rudolph was already married to Asumu, right? He had married her because she was pregnant, and Asumu had locked him into marriage, and so now he has like an image in his family to uphold, and he doesn't want to have a kid and have nothing to show for it, because then you're kind of in the position that Kraus and Natsui were in, right? So I think what happened there, and again, this is the only thing that I don't understand about this, is I don't understand why Kiri wouldn't know this. I don't understand how Kiri wouldn't know this. But this also, because initially I had posited that there was 2 Battlers, right? That Kiri and Asumu both had given birth, and that there was a true Battler, which was Asumu's kid, and then there was fake Battler, or our Battler, which was Kiri's kid, and that at some point, the real Battler, who was Asumu's kid, had died, and that our Battler had taken over. And the only thing that I had a problem with that theory was that it was like, it seems really weird that like Battler wouldn't remember his previous life, depending on, like, it depends on the age that he got swapped at. If he got swapped really young, it makes sense, because he would have lived his whole life as that identity, but if it was a little bit older, like if he was even a little bit older, like 8, 10, you know, like past being a toddler, well, it starts to get more and more unbelievable that would be a possibility, because how the fuck would you not remember your past? Like, again, I think I mentioned this in one of the previous streams, I'm not expecting anybody to, like, right now, me at age 25, to have like a photographic memory of what it was like when I was like 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, but I have a few memories from that time, right? Like, I remember my parents, I remember my grandparents, I remember the things I was doing. I would find it really hard to believe that Battler would have this huge disconnect where he has all these memories of being Battler his entire life. but then weirdly, like, he's not, and that's where I said, like, oh, there had to be, like, some MK Ultra, like, mind control shit going on. I think the much more simple explanation that makes sense is that there wasn't actually 2 battlers to begin with, that it was actually Kiri that gave birth and Asumu that had the miscarriage, and then Rudolph to keep up his family presence or to keep up the image, or just for the very fact that he married Asumu, and now it was like, well, fuck, I married you, I better have a kid to show for it, because why the fuck did I marry you otherwise? He takes Battler from Kiri, and then he gives it to Asumu, and Battler lives with Asumu his whole life, and everything plays out the rest of the way that we know. Now, the only thing that, again, that's confusing about this is I still don't understand why Kiri wouldn't have any knowledge of this, but that's just like the question mark that I just don't have the info to answer. But that's the only way I can make it fit. And initially then I had posed that the sin of Battler... Also, let me put this down here. Yeah, because that's kind of what I was thinking, that, like, maybe they were like, oh, the baby is sick, you know? Like, oh, the baby is so sick, like, we have to take him away right away for an operation, and then, like, oh, the baby didn't make it. And then in reality, it wasn't that the baby didn't make it, it was just handed off to Asumu. But for whatever reason, the only thing, again, that I would wonder about this is, like, how the fuck did Rudolph have enough sway to do that, you know? But we'll get into Rudolph later. I have some fucking smoke for that guy. So, that's that part of that. Now, the other part of this, getting to his sin. Initially, I had posed that the sin was the swap, but then we had the whole thing at the end of episode 5, or I think it was even during episode 5 that I talked about that something didn't add up if that was the case, because the creation of Beatrice and the Battler swap, if we want to call it that, that doesn't really add up, you know? Like, the sin was 6 years ago, but the swap would have been, 18 and change ago. So it just seemed a little odd that that would be possible, or at least there has to be a very disjointed way. Yeah, that would be kind of funny. Or at least there would have to be a very disjointed way that would be the explanation. And so I think the real explanation is that there isn't a connection between the two. It might be down the line that there is, but the birth may have been the thing that caused the sin to happen later on, but I don't think the swap is the sin, if that makes sense. What I think the very basic sin is, which I think is kind of what we were told, and I'll get into this because this is who Beatrice is, which is why I switched from Beatrice to this, is that I think Battler's sin was leaving the family register and not going to the family conference for 6 years. I think that was it. I literally think that was it. I don't think there's any more complex than this. Now, I don't think Battler knew the significance of his sin, but I think at the end of the last episode, we kind of get an inkling as to the creation of Beatrice, and that the without love it cannot be seen. So now I'm going to posit to you my theory. And part of the reason why I said at the start of the stream that I've lost, I have to comp to a big slice of humble pie that I think I was wrong all along. I think I was close. I was down to a 50-50, I think, and I think I just, luck of the draw, picked wrong. So, the reason why I think this is the sin, and why I think our general idea is that the sin is what created Beatrice, right? At least that's my current theory. The sin is what created Beatrice. She almost says as much at the end of episode 4. And the reason why I think this is important is I think a lot of the themes in this game come back, as far at least with Beatrice is involved, maybe not so much every other point in the game, but at least as far as the Beatrice storyline, is about love. And I think what it really was, and I think that when I went back and I looked at episode 6, especially the, I think it was episode 6, it was in the first stream, I believe, the scene with George talking to Shannon, and And he was talking about like, oh, you know, back then, you know, you gave attention to Battler and all that. And I was thinking like, well, maybe there's something about Battler that there was like a fleeting romance, or there was love that was present. And I think the way that it was described towards the end of the episode, or at least this is my current theory as to what happened towards the end of the episode, is that whoever Beatrice was, they had love for Battler at that time 6 years ago. And then, especially if this is someone who, following the earlier assumptions of Beatrice being young, I think that finding out that the person that you're in love with, like deeply in love with, is now going to be gone. And again, remember at the time that Beatrice was created, they didn't know that Battler would come back 6 years in the future, right? And I think the reason why, and she said this at the end of episode 4, and I think this is why it indicates that this is the case, is that Battler's presence on the island is what starts the killing again. Which means that Battler returning is significant to Beatrice. And there has to be a reason why that is. And I think what the real reason is would cause a big tumult in Beatrice. It would cause a big emotional turmoil that she would feel, because you would have all of this come rushing back. Everything that you buried for 6 years, right? Everything that maybe made you really hurt, that made you fucked up for a long time. And I think, I don't really know how to word this. Beatrice is in love with Battler, if we look at Beatrice, right? But again, there is, in a weird way, there's multiple Beatrices. As we saw in the last episode, there is like the Beatrice who is like the actual girl who Beatrice is like instead of. We have like the legend of Beatrice on the island, which includes like everything around it. But like the Beatrice of legend and the Beatrice that we run into are not really the same thing. The Beatrice that we know, like I said earlier, is sort of like a mixture of the two. And if we imagine that whoever Beatrice was, that they were in love with Battler and that he left, you know, we have a really narrow group of people that could be, right? There's really only 2 people that it could be. And so I'm going to content cuck a little bit, but there's only 2 people in my mind, and it's not Rosa. I think I put undue criticism on Rosa and suspicion on Rosa, although I do still think she's very suspicious, but I don't think she's Beatrice. In my estimation, Beatrice, I'll put every dollar I will ever make on the rest of my life. I actually have one of these 2 that I'm more positive in, but Beatrice is one of Jessica or Shannon. I would wager my entire life savings on this. Reason why, as far as Jessica goes, has pretty much been everything that I've covered this entire time, everything that I've talked about for every stream. But I'll speak broadly for both of them. They both line up at the correct age. We know they were both present on the island 6 years prior. They would be able to fit every other point of Beatrice that I had listed prior. Shannon is a servant, so she'd be familiar with the island. Jessica lives on the island, so she would be familiar with the island and the mansion as well as the history, you know, both of these 2 things. And that love would be created, or that love was the creation of Beatrice, and that whoever it was in love with Battler. And then when Battler left, it was a real big knife twist. And I think, this is my headcanon of it, the problem is, I don't remember if they said this in the game at the end of the last episode. Oh, they did. Yeah. It was the big speech here. Okay, yeah, I was about to say, I didn't know if I was like making this up in my head, but no. This speech in particular, to me, basically indicates it had to be one of those 2. And the reason why I say that is I think whoever this person was, when Battler left, that person realized that they can't be Beatrice. They can't. Because for them to be the person that Battler wants to be Beatrice, not literally be Beatrice, but if you assume that Beatrice is the person that Battler wants, this person is saying, like, Beatrice, you are the person that Battler wants, and I want you to take all my love because he's gone. He's a dead part of my life, you know? And it's too painful for me for me to carry on all this love, right? I can't hold this love for this person anymore. All it's going to do is cause pain. So this right here is the creation of Beatrice. This is the creation of Beatrice, literally right here. And you can tell because when she says right here, from this day forward, you are no longer the Rokenjima ghost that lives only to play pranks, right? And that's true. He only wants an outgoing, blonde, blue-eyed, big-boobed girl. Good job, Battler. You've done something that's appeasable to like 99.99999% of men. Congrats. But I think what this is trying to indicate is that whoever this is talking about the legend of Beatrice, right? You're no longer just a legend. You're no longer this girl that rules the mansion and rules the forest. From now on, you are your own person. And I was the person that loved Battler, but you're going to take that from me. Because I can't do that. And right now, from this day forward, you will no longer be me. And this person is giving all their troubles, everything, while I alone try to find happiness, right? You have the right to hate everything. You are the golden witch. You will destroy and revive, blah, blah, blah. That you and I will both have found happiness. From this day forward, you're no longer me. I will no longer be you. The two of us will split a single soul and share it. And though, of course, that won't amount to a complete soul, I'm sure our dreams will be more numerous than most. Let us be blessed, my darling Beatrice. No one can see your form, but I can. And if you're loved by a lot of people, I'm sure they'll all start seeing you too. We can all see if we have love. What this is saying is that whoever it was that was in love with Battler when he left 6 years ago, they couldn't hold that anymore, right? They couldn't hold on to that because it would be too painful to have unrequited love of somebody that you never knew would come back, right? An analogy you could think about this would be like, well, I don't really need an analogy. I'll give one after this, but the idea is that the person just doesn't have closure. They don't have any finality about the whole thing. Because they don't know if Battler's going to come back. They don't know if he's not going to come back. They just know that he's gone. I think a sort of morbid example that's comparable to this would be like, let's say that you had like a child or a brother or a friend that went out to war, and this person went missing in war, and then they just never came back. And it's not like, it's going to sound sort of bad, but in a weird way, if you had a definitive answer, at least to me, and I'm not going to say this is true of everybody, but at least in a world where, as terrible as it is that you get a definitive answer that the person died over there, you can move on, right? You can move forward. You can act on that. The problem is when you have this, like, this in-between where you have no guarantee, where you don't know if that person is actually, like, alive in another part of the planet and for whatever reason can't come back, or maybe they got injured, or everything, that I think that, don't worry, I'm getting there. I'll get to it. The idea is that they couldn't hold on to the love for this person anymore because it was too painful for them to be away. And I think that when you look at this exact same statement, where it says, I pray that you and I will both have found happiness, and she talks about it here, while I alone try to find happiness. I think this was indicating that this person was going to move on from whatever love they had for Battler and move on to something else. And again, note, who are the two people in this game outside of the siblings, right? Outside of the siblings and all their spouses. Who are the two people that are in relationships and among the cousins? Well, it's George and Shannon, and it's Jessica and Cannon, right? So both of them also fit that bill of being someone who may be created and pushed out. Now, I mentioned this earlier in the stream, that the only reason why I think I was wrong is I think I wasn't able to tell. And there's other stuff too. Like I said, I've known for, I think, 2 days in my head who I think Beatrice is. I don't know if it was last night or if it was the night before, but the basic idea being, to go from the top, I think that Beatrice is probably someone young. They have to be someone who's familiar with both the island, blah, 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 blah. Love is related to it somehow. We know Beatrice. Created to hold all the love the person had for Battler. So, like I said earlier, Beatrice is one of Jessica or Shannon. Almost certainly. And I said at the start of the stream that, unfortunately, I think I was wrong. And now I will give you my case for why I think that Beatrice is Shannon and is not Jessica. Number one, and this is probably the biggest thing that happened at the end of the last episode that sort of spun my mind on this issue, is I feel like it was too direct. If it was Jessica, it feels like it would be too on the nose for the Battler in that one scene to be like, oh, well, you know, if I could have a dream girl, you know, I want her to look, basically, like, I want her to be Jessica. And that's, like, too on the nose for me. It's too direct. That's probably the biggest thing that dissuaded me from that. But there was something else much later on that started to pop up. When I was thinking back to, because this is the big thing that comes up that's important, is the Akuji Kijima stuff, right? Whoever the person is, we know they know about like the Eastern folklore things, about everything that's going on with the island, and there's 2 points in particular, right, that I can think in my mind that tell me that it's Shannon and that it's not Jessica. Number one, prior to episode 2, who is the person that breaks the shrine that's out front on the island, such that Beatrice can apparently gain more power so that she can become whole again? It's Shannon. Who is the person, I believe in episode 3, or was it 3 or was it also 2? It was 2 or 3, I don't remember. When Nanjo and Kumasawa had their necks sliced by, you know, Ghost Cannon or whatever you want to call him. Who is the person that knew how to get rid of, like, the evil spirit cannon that had shown up? It was Shannon. She grabbed the spider webs and she put it on him. That is direct proof that Shannon knows about the whole Akuji Kijima stuff. The only other person in the game that I believe, at least in text, that we've had guarantee of that knows about the Akuji Kijima stuff is, I believe, Kumasawa. I believe that's the only other person in the game that we know has knowledge about that stuff. And I would wager that Shannon may have learned that from Kumasawa. Kumasawa seemed very knowledgeable about that stuff. And I think that even more so, that's really funny, because if we think about the magic representation of this, in episode 3, when Kumasawa was getting attacked, who did she turn into? Well, she turned into Virgilia. And what does Virgilia describe herself as? She describes herself as Shannon's mentor. And what is it in the game that both Shannon and Kumasawa are? They're both servants. Now, they're a little bit different because Shannon has, like, the inscription, or, like, the, I don't know, you'd call it the branding. And as far as I'm aware, Kumasawa doesn't. But we know that Kumasawa has been around, like, as long as Genji. They're, like, the 2 oldest serving servants. Or longest serving, I should say. So even in that, like, double metaphor way, you could say, yeah, Virgilia was the mentor to Shannon, because Shannon has probably worked with Kumasawa her entire career, right? Now, the only thing that also becomes weird about that, and this is where I start to say I'm not sure how guilty Beatrice, aka Shannon, is. The other thing as well is that episode 5 conversation point, and I'm going to get to that in a minute, because then we're going to ask, like, who is Shannon? So now that I have revealed my thinking on this and why I think it's Shannon, which I feel pissed off that I'm wrong, I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought I was fucking cooking, and there is still something, which I'm sure if it's not answered in the next 2 episodes, I will probably ask you guys, or I will Google it when we are on stream after. I still need an answer to that fucking scorpion charm in the first episode. It is, like, destroying my brain, because that was, like, the first, like, seed of doubt in my mind against Jessica. That was the first thing that I was like, man, like, Jessica has to be, she has to have something going on. Now, I will say, I'm trying not to loop too much in my explanations, because this could go a lot longer, and I don't want to, because I don't think it really serves the stream to just keep repeating the same points, but I think that Shannon is truly Beatrice, in the sense that she was the one that created Beatrice. It even more so makes sense if you look back at that George scene that was in, I think, the first part of episode 6, because he was talking about he was jealous of Battler because Shannon would like talk to him and look at him a certain way. Also on that beach scene in episode 1, I remember, or maybe it was episode 2. It was one of the first 2 beach scenes. Shannon mentions like remembering Battler very fondly about how he was back then. I think she was like the only one that remembers like the things that he would do back then. I think Jessica maybe did a little bit too, but I think it was Shannon and Jessica at least. Regardless, it just further proves my point that it would be one of these two. But you know, it would also even more so be like, oh, you know, more of a pointing towards Shannon. The one thing that's sort of weird that I guess to like delineate here between the two is that I don't think that Shannon, if she is Beatrice, which I think she is, I would wager probably every dollar I'll ever make that it is Shannon at this point. I think that the spiderweb thing and the what was the other thing that I listed? The spiderweb and the there's 2 things I just listed. Oh, the mirror, the shrine. I think those 2 things alone feel like really big indicators of it being Shannon, especially when you know the whole Akuji Kijima stuff, and especially knowing that that shrine was only there because of, like, to hold the old Eastern spirits at bay. I think that those are the 2 things that really point me towards Shannon. So maybe I shouldn't be this confident, but I feel like the fact that I only have a suspect list of 2, and the fact that I think the last episode almost certainly ruled out Jessica, unfortunately for me, I think it has to be Shannon. But then the question would become that my point being, I don't know if Beatrice is necessarily guilty of murdering in every single episode. It would seem she is, but I've held this opinion, and I'm going to keep holding that I think there are killings that are happening separate over the course of this entire game. You know? I don't think that every killing, we can even see in episode 3, right? If we follow that Ava was Beatrice in that episode, or she was acting as like the killer in that episode rather, and that Shannon is Beatrice, we have 2 weird questions. Is it like my like OG theory that I initially posited? Sorry, 1 second, my girlfriend's messaging me. Oh my gosh, 1 second. I will be right back. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Where was I? The only thing that I have a possibility for, I was talking with my friend Alan about this, and he can vouch for it, my only thing possible was that one of the other people saw her hand it off. The only thing would be that, actually, I have a theory in my mind. Let me circle back to my initial point. I don't know, oh god, okay, so I was thinking about this last night. The only thing that's weird to me, and I'd have to go back through episode 2, and I don't really want to, I would imagine that episode 2, Human Beatrice, god, I think that Jessica and Shannon might be working together to create an image of Beatrice, but if you were to put a gun to my head and say which one of them actually is Beatrice, I think it's Shannon. I also think there is a possibility that at any given time they are working together to potentially create the image of it. Now, it could also just be that it's just Shannon, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is multiple of them. I think that there's killings that are going on that are separate, that aren't to do with Beatrice, that are to do with whatever motives every individual person, which we'll get to with the wolves and sheep thing that I have down below here. But I think that, I'll put this in the notes here. shouldn't say jealous, actually envious. Okay, sorry. The only thing that was weird to me when I was thinking about this is if Shannon... I still think there's a possibility that Jessica was dressing up as human Beatrice. The only thing in my head is that it doesn't really line up to me. And the only reason why I say it doesn't line up is if we look at... Because if I think that Shannon is Beatrice... I think Shannon is Beatrice. I'm not saying, like, if I... Like, I'm staking my claim. I'm pretty sure it's her. The only thing that's confusing to me about all this is that in episode 2... we see the scene of Shannon talking to human Beatrice and Canon talking to human Beatrice. It's possible that the scene of Shannon talking to human Beatrice was a fake, but then we would imagine that the scene of human Beatrice talking to Canon, was that actually Canon or Shannon being that cruel to Canon? And furthermore, then, like, did Kiri saw human Beatrice, and we know that human Beatrice talked to all the other siblings in episode 2 at the start. I'm starting to wonder, I had this initially that I don't know how many of the killings are necessarily Beatrice versus, like, other actors on the island. I think that I think that, how do I word this? I think the first Twilight in most of the games is probably Beatrice. Probably. I'm not going to say always, but probably. Like, episode 2, it feels like it's probably Beatrice. Especially with human Beatrice being shown in the whole chapel. But, again, it's hard to, like... It's hard to piece it all together as to how and why. Like, we could say... I just keep coming back to that scene of Shannon talking to the human Beatrice, because she has a few scenes where she bumps into the human Beatrice in episode 2. And that leads me to believe that it was somebody else that was putting up the image of that. And if we can trust the scene in the chapel, which I guess you could say we couldn't, but we don't really have any reason to not do it, well, then that would maybe imply that it was somebody else. And then in my theory, that only really implicates Jessica, because who the hell else could dress up? Like, maybe Rosa, but, you know, I guess Rosa maybe, but probably not. And we know because Kiri saw human Beatrice, like, I don't know. There's something weird that's going on. So I'm going to put out the possibility that... Now let me put this here. And I think a big thing to note about this is it's not, like, at the point of the game, I don't think Shannon isn't, like, because I think the smooth, I don't say the smooth brain, but I feel like the silly interpretation you could be is that Shannon is Beatrice, but, like, I don't know if we're gonna get, like, a split personality meme, but, like, I don't know if I would say that Shannon necessarily is Beatrice. In the sense that, like, at the current point of the game, like, she created Beatrice. I don't know how much you would say that she is Beatrice. I don't know, it's hard to, like, I don't know if what I'm saying is making sense, because, like, she is Beatrice, but I don't know if she is currently Beatrice at the form of the game. I don't know if, like, finding the gold has the possibility to, like, turn you into Beatrice. Like, Angie gets called Beatrice in the future timeline. It seems like there is still, like, a hereditary nature to Beatrice, followed, like, with Ava, and then with Angie, her being, like, the final one, which I'm going to get into down here, because we're going to get into some stuff here with Kuadorian. I actually think, because initially I had posited up here in episode 5 somewhere. I have to finish editing the episode 5 discussion because I realized that there was parts of it that were still not properly edited, so I have to re-edit that and re-upload it. But I put here that, you know, right here, because I had this, that this was still believing that, oops, it's off screen for you guys, that there was 2 battlers still at this point, right? And so my initial theory was that the way that everything lined up such that Battler could have been that orphan baby that was given to Natsui was that, you know, he gave it to Kinzo to cover up his infidelity with Kiri, because it's still Kiri's kid and blah, blah, blah. I think in reality that kid was probably Shannon. The only thing that's weird is that the person says boy on the line in episode 5. It could just be that this person has knowledge of what happened. It doesn't necessarily mean that she has to be. But I think there's a really cool line, and I don't know if the game will go this way, but if you follow me, I think it's pretty much well established, they even said as much in the game, that I think Beatrice was probably the original person at Kuwadorian, right? So you have like Beatrice 1, we can call her. That was like the OG Beatrice, and then that person died. And whoever that person was, I think was probably like the spawn of like the Witch of the Island, of like the legend, you know? The legend was probably created by Kinzo, I would imagine. And then, we posited this a while ago, that the Beatrice that Rosa ran into in 67 in Kuwadorian was a bastard child that he had to keep hidden because everybody else, like the siblings, would know that that person wasn't, what do you call it? That person wasn't a sibling, like they didn't know that person. That wasn't a kid from their mom. They all share a mom. This is a kid they didn't share a mom with, so it would be like showing Kinzo's infidelity, right? And so then, now we say, okay, at Kuwadorian you have this kid that was with the original Beatrice, so we have Beatrice 2 now. And Beatrice 2, at the time that Rosa goes to Kuwadorian in 67, this person is like, I don't remember how old they said she was, like 18 to 20, right? But she dies. And we know she dies when she falls off the cliff, right? And this is why I was talking to Alan about this part last night, and we were like pogging the fuck out, and I really wish that I was on stream when I was talking about it, because I think I content cucked a little bit on the reaction. But everything really makes sense when you think about it. I think that Shannon, while she may have went to the Heritage House, okay, the only thing that's weird about this that I will say is that we saw that Beatrice die, right? And we got a confirmation in red from, I think it was Ronave actually at the time, that in 67, that Beatrice that fell off the cliff with Rosa died. But what also happened with the orphan, right? With Natsui's like orphan kid, air quote. The servant that was holding that kid fell off the cliff, right? So think about it from this perspective, right? She was trying to escape Kuwadorian, she was trying to escape Kinzo, because Kinzo was basically like this, I mean, he was forcing her to stay there. To the point where when we get the magical interpretation, the idea is that she's a homunculus, right? She was a doll without a soul, and that he trapped her soul from the like OG Beatrice and trapped her inside it, such that she was a reincarnation. But then the non-magic interpretation of this, which I think we even posited back, excuse me, in episode 3, was that it was more so like he probably just had a kid with her, and then that kid was the Beatrice that he was keeping captive there. Now there's another level to this, and this part is a bit of a crackpot theory, okay? And this is another one like with the whole Kiri baby swap thing that I cannot give you the reason why, because I don't know the reason why and I don't know how to make it fit, but I think there is an explanation. It could also be, I don't know if you guys have ever played Outer Wilds, but I will not speak too much because I don't want to spoil. But I had like a real crackpot theory when I played Outer Wilds. You can see it in the stream VODs because it's uploaded on YouTube. Haha. I had a real crackpot theory in that game about something really early on, and I got like married to it, and I ended up being wrong by the end of the game. And this could be another one of those. I think there's a possibility that Shannon was like Beatrice 3, because then it all makes sense, and even in the same context, this is what I was saying yesterday, that was like so perfect, that even in the context of episode 6, when we have a Beatrice that is reborn that isn't like the OG Beatrice, that isn't like the one that we know from earlier in the game, you could view that as though you had Beatrice 1, who was the true Beatrice that Kinzo was in love with. She and him had a kid, which was the second Beatrice, which was the one that was trapped in Kuwadorian that died with Rosa. And then that Beatrice had a kid, and that kid is Shannon. 1, that's 19 years before the start of the game, okay? Number 1. That's the big thing. 2, it could explain that if the younger Beatrice already had a kid at that point, so if Beatrice 2 had, we'll call her Shannon just to make it simple for the theory, it could be wrong. Beatrice 3 and Shannon, in my theory here currently, technically the same person. But that Beatrice 3 and Shannon, there was another kid. Now, the only thing that's really fucking gross about this is this mean that Kinzo was fucking his own kid. So, to be fair, he seems like a real sick, twisted, gross guy. So I'm not going to say that's impossible. Just going to say it's a pretty gross theory if that's the possibility. But the idea would be that Beatrice that died with Rosa had already given birth to another kid. Or potentially was pregnant when she died, and somehow the kid was saved. That's the only thing that was a bit weird to me, is that one, like, if she was pregnant, I feel like you would have known. Like, I don't remember Rosa ever mentioning, like, not to be rude, but, like, I know that it depends person to person how much you show when you're pregnant, but, I feel like it probably would have been pretty obvious. That's one thing I'm a little bit, I guess you could say maybe because Rosa was a kid, she didn't notice. The only other, because there's two possibilities, right, is that the Beatrice was pregnant at the time, died after she fell down the cliff face. Somehow the baby lives and the baby survives, and then Kinzo tries to pass off that baby to Natsuhi to keep Beatrice in the family. Because then, the whole thing with Kinzo is he's had a motive this entire time to, like, keep Beatrice trapped, right? To keep her locked down, to keep her tied to the island and tied to him. So then you could even do it another way around, where he has her now tied into his family, because this third generation of Beatrice, aka Shannon, was then a kid of Natsui's, or would have been a kid of Natsui's had Natsui not rejected the kid. The only thing, again, with this theory is we have two possibilities, is either she had already, again, if it's true, it could just be this, that's not the case. It could just be that Shannon literally is just an orphan from the Heritage House. But I think it fits much more cleanly, especially with the idea of Beatrice being like a heretical title that's passed down one by one, that you have OG Beatrice gives birth to second Kuadorian Beatrice that we saw with Rosa, and that one was either pregnant at the time that she died or had already given birth and that we didn't know about it. She dies. Kinzo then takes the kid, either, somehow saving the baby from her. Maybe that's like a miracle in some way. He saves the baby, or the baby was already born in Kuadorian somewhere prior. Tries to give that kid to Natsui. Natsui rejects it, and that kid falls off the cliff. And think about the parallel there, right? Think about the parallel in the storytelling. This is why I think it almost has to be true, because, like, this reminds me of, like, the Higurashi parasite thing. Is like, it fits too cleanly. It sounds too nice of a story that it almost feels like it has to be what was intended. The idea that you had Kuadorian in 67 Beatrice fall off the cliff in a weird way to escape Kinzo. Not that it was intentional, because she wasn't trying to die, at least as far as we are aware. We are aware. We don't think she was trying to die, but she did die. And then the idea that he gives the next version, probably like, we can view it if you want to use the magical interpretation, like a second homunculus, and he takes the second homunculus and gives it to Natsui, and then all of a sudden, that kid falls off a cliff again? Like, this would be not even, like, it'd be weeks apart. It would be not that, like, to try and escape him again. Can you think, like, how cinema that is? That everything lines up like that? Like, that's fucking insane that lines up like that if that's the case. And that's kind of why I think it's correct, because it just sounds nice. It sounds perfect. I'm not going to say it is perfect, or that is guaranteed what happened, but it sounds perfect. So, that's under that theory, and that's why I would think that then, that child, it survives. He doesn't have anywhere for the kid to go, because Rudolph has a kid now, because now we're throwing out the idea that this was Battler, right? That would also line up with the 19 years ago thing about the sin with Natsui. Because this person could blackmail Natsui and be like, remember when you threw me off, mother? And again, remember, I noted this when we were playing in episode 5, that I thought it was really, really funky that in episode 5, when she answered the phone, she said, oh, the person on the other end has like an androgynous voice. I can't tell if it's a man or a woman. But the person said they were a man, so she assumed it is so. And the only thing that's also weird about that scene is it's either that the telephone call was pre-recorded when it was sent to Natsui. I don't think that's the case, because I think I mentioned this in the episode. I don't remember why I brought it up, that I thought it would be pre-recorded. But the way that they were responding to Natsui just makes it seem a little bit too far-fetched that it was a pre-recorded voice that was calling her. The only reason, because they were having like interaction between each other. But then the other thing that's weird is that the call that came to Natsuhi when she was away from the family conference, when everybody was in the dining hall together, like when the knock thing happened, I think it was at the same time, was that Shannon and Cannon were both inside that thing, so it couldn't have been them. So again, then we get to another weird thing, like, this is where I was again talking earlier that there's some possibility that Jessica and Shannon were working together to like hold up the image of Beatrice, right? Because it couldn't have been them that called her. But I don't know who. It couldn't have been the other person I would implicate would be Cannon, because I think he would do anything for Shannon, but he was also in that hall, right? So we have two possibilities: is that it was somebody that wasn't them that called, because I'm not going to assume that it was Lambda Delta. I think that would like break the rules of the game. It was probably somebody on the game board that did, and then Lambda was just giving like a little bit of a cover for whoever that person was. But then it can't be the two people that are like the most suspect, right? So I'm gonna put here. I'm gonna write down what I just said about the whole. I'm not saying this is correct, but you know, like I said, it seems like it fits perfectly like a nice puzzle piece, so I'm going to put it here. The wolves and sheep, and we'll get to the wolves and sheep next, because this is going to be more of like the overarching thing about the killings that we can maybe apply that kind of lens as we go forward. But let me finish this. I think that the original Beatrice had a child with Kinzo, and that produced the Beatrice. That produced, we'll call 67 Beatrice, I think that's what we called her. In the flashback with Rosa. I'm trying to find a way to say like that, but I hate using two words in a row. And that the child she had was Shannon. Because the other thing that Alan pointed out when we were talking about this theory here, about this with Shannon, is that apparently Kinzo laughs in the scene where he finds out that the baby fell. And again, that could be like perfect confirmation that that is the case. I wish that I recorded the conversation I had with Alan while we were figuring out, because we were like, bro, it makes so much sense. Is it the Heritage House? I don't know if I was like making this up. Well, you have to spell heritage. Correct. I don't think it's the Heritage House. What is it called in the game? I think I call it the Heritage House, but I don't think it's the Heritage House. I don't know where I produced this name from. Let me Google this. What the hell? It's not the Heritage House. What is the name of it? Am I fucking slow? The Gospel House. Okay, you're right. Thank you. That is what it is. I don't know why I call it the fucking Heritage House. It sounds nicer, okay? Gospel House. Let me see. I must have it in my notes somewhere. This is what happens when you have this many notes. I don't even remember. Yep, okay. Right there. So that'll do her. Let's go all the way back down to the bottom. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oops, okay, perfect. So this is my current thinking on who Shannon is. And then also, I'll put this in the notes, even though I said it on voice. I like to keep this in the notes in case somehow there's some person in the future that comes across my notes and not the videos. But, okay, now, unfortunately the music is going to end because we're going to put the characters here and we're going to talk a little bit about the wolves and sheep. I'm going to take a screenshot of my screen real quick so that I can write over top of this. And then I will switch to display capture for us so that you can all see. Okay, here we go. So, there was an interesting thing in episode 3, I think, or 2. I don't know why I get 2 and 3 confused in my head. I know 3 was the Ava episode, but I just can't remember if it was in 2 or 3 that it was. I think it was 2 that it was brought forward. We had this idea of wolves and sheep, right? And that at any time where sheeps and wolves are equal, nothing happens, but that if the wolves outnumber the sheeps, they'll kill them. So I think there's like an interesting way that we can also analyze what's going on in the game by saying which characters we think are wolves and which are sheep at any given time in the game. Okay, so it was 2. Yeah, I thought so. Let me also, I will do this again so that I don't cuck the chat. It's kind of bad views anyways, but it's okay. We'll make it work. But so we had this wolves and sheep puzzle that was put forward. And I think a way that we can view as a lens through the game to try and understand like killings is to interpret each of the characters. Now I will say that my interpretation of all of this could potentially be wrong. But I think the real way that this is going to work in terms of the game is I don't think that you have the same killers in every single episode. What I mean by that is that you're going to have people in certain episodes that are what you would call like, how would I word this, like quasi-sheep or quasi-wolves, where they could be both. Not that they could be both. Thank you for the follow, PN2206, I appreciate it. That we have like half and half wolves and sheep. That we have people that in some episodes they act as wolves, in some episodes they act as sheeps. Maybe even within a given episode they swap how they act. So the way that I'm going to do this is I'm first going to eliminate characters that I think are always sheep. I think that's like the easiest way that we can go about it, because if we can eliminate people who we think are always sheep, I think we can really narrow down people who could be potential killers. The problem is a lot of this has to do with like my view and my assessment of the characters. The only thing is I'm not going to put any character as a full-on wolf always, because I don't really think that makes sense in the context of the game. How does this look on here? It looks visible enough, but I think I might do it in red. We'll try it here. So, first of all, Battler. Okay, that is it. Yeah, that purple is not a good color. Let's change this real quick. Let's make this red. Let's make this quite a bit thicker. Okay. I think that Battler is probably a sheep because we play as him, okay? That's my only defense. Honestly, that's not a great color either. Is blue better? Does blue stand out more? Honestly, they all look kind of shit because it's on top of an image. Let's just go with blue, okay? I think blue is a little bit better. So, I think that Battler is a sheep. I think that Maria is also a sheep. I think that Kumasawa is a sheep. I think that Goda is a sheep. I think that Nanjo is a sheep. We're not counting you. We're not counting you. Now this is where oh fuck, see, this is where it starts to get hard already, because now I'm already at the point where I'm like, I don't know if I can count any other characters as like wholly innocent, because I don't know. I'm not going to go back through every single episode because it would take a lot of time, and I don't really think it's going to be a lot different, but there is one thing that I think is going to be of note, is that there are characters, there's a possibility that people have died in previous episodes, okay? And that they weren't actually dead, which was floated in episode 5. Now, in episode 5, the whole trick of it was that Erika never got to get to the bodies, so we couldn't definitively say, like, oh, who was alive and who was dead. But my point that I'm going to make is that I think that's also a mini possibility, that there is people who died if it wasn't confirmed in red. So I'm going to say specifically episode 1 is going to be my focus here. In episode 1, I had initially posited that I thought it was Kraus who was the killer in episode 1. Or at least for a good portion of it. I thought that maybe Natsui was the killer at the first part, and then Kraus had taken over or something, or that it was some combination of these three. The other thing that I want to make very clear as well, and I thought about this last night, is that I wonder if in every single episode we have, because I've mentioned in episode 5 that Battler getting the letter in Mystery in episode 5 that had the ring in it, that it was really important because he becomes like the head of the family. And from that I posited that maybe it was in episode 2 when Beatrice came up to Rosa and we saw her give the letter to Maria, which had the chapel key in it, at least as we were told, and we saw Rosa get a letter, but Rosa never opened it, as far as I can remember. I wonder if one of the siblings in each thing, we could say in episode 3, they become like the head of the family. Whether that's through finding the gold, or whether that's through them taking it by the horns and like killing people. Because as far as I recall, I don't think Ava ever found the horns. I think Ava ever found the ring. Maybe she was given it, but I don't really remember. The only person I have like a little bit of confusion around is Rosa in episode 2. But so my point being that now I'm already at a point where I'm not confident in saying that any of these people are definitely innocent. I'm gonna put a Q over them if I think they're both, because I don't think I can. I'll just put a W over them, but note, just for the future, whenever people watch this, when I'm putting a W over them here, I'm not necessarily saying that this means that they are never innocent in a thing. It just means they have the potential to be a wolf. I just don't think it holds for all episodes. So some easy ones. Rudolph, I'm sorry, 100%, I don't trust this motherfucker. I'm going to recalculate my episode 1 theory. I think that almost everything that I posited initially holds true. I just think that Rudolph was not dead. And the only reason why is I think, and I might be wrong, I'd have to go back and watch the scene, and I haven't, and I won't on stream just because I don't want a content cuck. I would rather keep the content flowing at this point. I think that Kraus and Shannon had been confirmed in episode 1 because they were the only two that had their faces half smashed. Rudolph and Kiri were dead and they had their faces fully smashed. Rosa was dead, had her face fully smashed. And I believe Goda was dead and had his face fully smashed. I don't think that Goda did anything. And I think that as far as the game mentioned it, that Kraus and Shannon, you could say that like, oh, there was like a confirmation that they had both died because their faces were half smashed, but that maybe there was some potential that the people who had their faces smashed fully, they could fake their deaths. Now again, this gets into the whole thing with corpse examinations. I would have to go back to that exact scene and see who Nanjo gave a confirmation of on a corpse examination. That would be the big thing. And I'm pretty sure he did on Kraus, and I remember there was a whole scene with them inspecting Shannon because she had the ring on her finger in the garden storehouse, because George was like, can you tell me, does she have the ring on her left hand? What finger? But like, I remember that scene. So I would count those two out, and I would count Goda out on principle, which leaves us with Rosa, Kiri, and Rudolph. And realistically, in my mind, any of them could have done it, but I just have a fucking sinking suspicion around Rudolph. There's another funny thing that I wanted to mention. When we were talking earlier about Kiri and Battler, I'm sorry for tangenting here, but I mean, hey, this is a theory stream. You came here for tangents. I think that Kiri, for whatever reason, and especially in episode 3, it seems to be true that she doesn't know that Battler is her kid. That's like the biggest thing that I think is like the discrepancy is, oh, like how does she not know that Battler is her kid? Like something isn't adding up here. And one of the things that's really funny about this is I had been questioning in my mind this entire time, and I'm still questioning a little bit, how far I think Kiri would go for Rudolph, and how far Rudolph would go for Kiri. It seems like Kiri would kind of do anything for Rudolph. I don't want to say anything, but she seems like she's pretty locked in, especially with her whole story that she gave to Jessica in the last episode talking about Asumu. You know, I think there's something there. The thing that's really funny about all of this is I was thinking, like, Rudolph multiple times, twice I think, at least twice, maybe more if I'm forgetting, but 2 times at least he's come forward and he said like, look, I want to talk about your birth, but I'm worried I'm going to get murdered if I tell you. The really fucked thing about that I don't understand is it would seem to imply that Kiri would be the one that would kill him. In episode 1, he mentions, we need to have a talk as a family. And I think in episode 6, in the last one, he like cries and he's like, no, like I never got to tell you about your birth or something. Like he says some weird line like that. The thing that's weird about this to me is if it was Kiri, it would almost make more sense. But I can't I don't know. I just have a weird... There's something weird with Rudolph. I said this in, like, after episode 4. And I'll say it again now. That I just don't trust him. And while we're at it here, let me put some things here. The thing with Rudolph that in the whole Kiri thing is that if it was Kiri that was going to punish him, where he's like, oh, I'm gonna get murdered. Well, the weird thing is, like, I don't think he was saying this in a tongue-in-cheek way. Because you could view it as him being like, oh, you know, if I tell you, I'll get murdered. Like, no, he's being serious. He isn't like, oh, I'll be in trouble. Like, oh, she's not gonna like this. Like, no, he thinks he's gonna die. And the other thing is, he never gets to tell it, right? As far as we're aware, unless he's telling somebody and we don't see it, he never tells anybody about the secret, but he still ends up dead in a lot of the episodes. So who is it that's holding, like, some kind of grudge, or that knows something that Rudolph doesn't, or knows something that Rudolph doesn't want to know? It seems like Kiri is not that person, because Kiri doesn't know about the history of Battler. So how is it that Rudolph could end up dying? And in some cases, like in episode 4, where Kiri doesn't even die, like, I don't know, there's just something that's a little bit, I guess, odd about that to me, that doesn't add up. So, I don't know. One second. Okay. There's just, like, something there that I can't quite put my finger on, that maybe I'm not making sense, but it would make sense if Rudolph tells it, and then he gets murdered. You could be like, oh, well, Kiri, like, you know, she found out that you've basically been making her live through, like, this living hell for, you know, however long. She finds out, she kills him. Maybe he tells her off screen, but then there's certain times where they both die. So it seems like somebody knows about the secret. I don't know how somebody else would know about the secret, though, is the only thing. Like, how would somebody else know about what's going on? The only thing I can think is that, like, the only way it could ever line up is that Rudolph doesn't seem like the kind that would, like, tell somebody a secret. And then who would even be able to, like, hold the secret against him in the past? I'm not sure. Over the course of the game, again, it depends how much we can trust from the last episode, because in the last episode, you know, we see all these trials of, like, Jessica and Cannon and, you know, all these people, and Shannon and George and all them. But it doesn't, I don't know if it necessarily lines up. Like, I don't know if it necessarily makes sense. I don't know if that was just a interpretation. Hideyoshi is a weird one, because bar episode 3, I would say he's probably a sheep. Oops, I don't think he does anything. And the question is, in episode 3, would you even call him a sheep? Because he aided and abetted... Sorry, the hiccups. He helped Ava by lying. But I don't know if he really did anything. The other thing, too, though, that you think about is if you think about that mansion scene, I'm going to put Kiri down as a wolf. The only reason why is I'm going to err on the side of caution that she would be. One, the big scene is the episode 3 scene between these three. And then the reason for that is because they go to question him about Ava's lie, right? And why he lied to keep that alibi for Ava. And we know that all of a sudden he ends up dead, right? I mean, they all do end up dead. But again, the other thing too with Nanjo that's interesting about Nanjo's killing is I initially posited that it was Hideyoshi, but I'm more inclined to believe it was one of these two now that survived in that scene. Again, I think we would have known what would have happened in I think we would have known who the killer was outside of Ava, or who was doing killings, who killed Nanjo, if we would have had Battler go back to the parlor, or not the parlor, sorry, to the not the dining hall, the banquet, whatever they open, the entrance hall. Because I remember noticing that one of the guns was missing. And we know that whoever it was shot Nanjo, and there was 2 guns between these 3 people. right? And I remember one of the guns, I think there was a gun that was next to Hideyoshi's body, but they never mentioned the other gun, which meant that the gun on one of these two was missing. The other thing, too, is that Hideyoshi was stabbed in the back with a stake. We've had a few times where people have been stabbed in the back with stakes. And it's also weird that in some killings we have stakes that show up, and then in other killings they don't. Like in the first few episodes, this is why I was saying like episode 1 and 2, I'm more inclined to believe that Shannon, who I believe I'm also going to put as a wolf, and I would also, by virtue of that, probably put Cannon as a wolf too, but this one I'm a little bit less certain in. The only thing is I feel like there has to be, I'm going to put Hideyoshi down as a sheep. Again, not sure, but we'll do that. The other thing is I think if there's 16 people, I would like there to be a balance of both, because I think that's the only way it could make sense. If we were to believe that everybody is a wolf and sheep game, that when we have 16 people together, again, I mentioned earlier if it's the whole counting error or if one of these characters isn't actually alive, again, this is a whole other topic to get back into, but I'll try to avoid it, that, oops, what is, there we go, that I would imagine that I would want there to be 8 and 8 if we're not counting this. And right now, we have 7 wolves and 6 sheep. I don't know, what I'm going to modify my first theory is I think that in episode 1 it was probably Rudolph. Because he had his face fully smashed and because Kraus only had his face fully smashed, again, our theory was initially that the reason why Natsuhi couldn't shoot anybody was that the person that she saw, she probably thought was already dead. Now, I initially posited that it was Kraus, but we never really had much of a reason for why Kraus would kill Natsuhi. Like, we didn't really have anything that made sense. I know I had, like, some reason, but I remember it being kind of shaky. It was like that they had a falling out or something. I just don't remember the reasoning behind what my thing was. But Kraus was also one of the people that only had his face half smashed, and because he only had his face half smashed, if we're to follow the corpse examination thing, which again, I'm going off memory, it's been like, what, a month and a half now? I don't exactly remember, but I want to say that him and Shannon were the only two that were like positively confirmed. And so now, when I think about that, it makes me more inclined to believe that Kraus was innocent. So if we put Kraus as a sheep, now we're at 7 and 7. If we also do this, because I removed Hideyoshi's. And put you as a wolf. Because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, wait, am I stupid? I can't count. I must have miscounted somewhere here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Am I being slow here? Oh, I know why I'm being slow. It should be... Wait, am I being slow here? Okay, no, there's 17 here, which forces an imbalance, huh? Okay, because that's what I was thinking here. I was like, well, if we're operating that there was 18 people, then it would be 9 and 9. But then I was like, oh, but 16 people. But that there's 17 people, which means there's always going to be an imbalance in some way. Interesting. I would feel more confident. We would have to assume that there's more sheeps than wolves then. That'd be the only way that we could be confident in this, which means we'd have to do a 2-1 split on these last two. I feel like the most confident in a 2-1 split that I would be this. I will say that, like, as far as confidence, I'm not the most confident in these two. These 4 I'm a little bit like, I'm not sure if I put the right numbers, but I would say prospectively, that's like an okay guess at who I think has like the ability to kill and who doesn't. Also, what is this? I have like a dot here, but it's not letting me erase it. Okay, love that. Let me go back to the game and let me reopen my notes. So, I'm gonna save this image. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do, and I just lost it. It's fine. I'll remake it later. It's very easy to remember, but I'll just put see image. Now, this is where we start to get the other weird shit. We get back to we get back to the epitaph, and we get back to I didn't want to cover that. We get back to these two questions. I think that the purpose of the game, we could say, is the resurrection of Beatrice, no shit, but it could be that it's the reforming of whoever is not Beatrice, like aka Shannon, and with the spirit, if we want to think that like the spirit of Beatrice has become a full person or is like its own separate entity, that you could do it as like the combination of the two. But I have like a few other like who has the ring? Because the other thing that's really weird about this is that we have like the family alchemist Beatrice, but then we have the golden witch Beatrice, right? And like the alchemist is the human Beatrice, and I don't know if that's necessarily the same person as like the true Beatrice. This is where I was saying like I start to get like my brain broken a little bit, where I don't know if there's a separation between all these people, and it's like who has the ring at the start of the game, because we see like the thing of Kinzo throwing the ring out the window, that if the person throws the ring out at the start of the game, which was Kinzo, but Kinzo is actually dead, we would imagine that if it followed line of succession, that Kraus would have been in possession of the ring, but he's not. The other thing that's weird, my initial theory was that Kinzo had a will of some kind, and that somebody had been entrusted to carry out the will. And I think the epitaph was a part of his will, which would make sense why, when Kinzo died approximately, we know he died before the 85 conference, so it was more than a year prior, but I think it was after the 84 conference. So it's sometime between a year and a half to 2 years ago that the epitaph was put up. It could be that he put it up like before he died. I think that there was somebody that could have been entrusted to holding his... I'm going to move these down here because I'm not 100% sure on these. Let me move these down to the bottom. The only thing that comes to mind for me is that it could be that Genji was the one that was entrusted to, because if he was going to trust anybody to do anything, it would be Genji. The other thing that makes me wonder is when Battler has the ring on in episode 5, when all the family members force him to put the ring on, and he walks in after the whole knock fiasco happens, he looks at Battler and he instantly notices the ring. He's like, Battler, that ring. That's the only thing that makes me wonder if Genji was like the person to carry out Kinzo's will. I think the epitaph was put up, but I just have such like a... I just have like a confusion around where the ring would be at the start of the game. You would imagine it would be in Kraus and Natsui's possession. Like it would be one of them. Because they would have had access to everything. Oh, the other thing with Shannon as well, we mentioned earlier about how whoever Beatrice was, at least with like the magic circle drawing, we would imagine that they probably had like, what do you call it? They probably had some level of knowledge of magic, and it would make sense that it would be somebody that had access to Kinzo's study. And Shannon, you know, they remember talking about how she was so meticulous. I think they said it earlier that like, she would get in trouble because she was so slow on her duties. And there's another thing that I've been harping on over the course of the whole game, which, again, like it implicates the people who stay on the island, meaning like Natsui, Kraus, Jessica, all the servants. And that would be the very simple fact that, that stuff like Kinzo's body or like the ring is another mystery about this, that there's certain things that are related to the mystery that has happened so far. Kinzo's body appears in episodes 1, 2, and 3, I believe. I know definitely in 1 and 2. I don't remember about 4. I think in 4 it does eventually. But I know in 1 and 2 it does for sure. But regardless, the point being that we know Kinzo is dead. before the start of the game, but his body is still around. The only people... yes, you're right. In the linked locker room, you're correct. So the only thing that becomes weird about that is that whoever the killer is, I've mentioned this multiple times, I call it like a logistical problem, that things like knowing what key goes to where, knowing where the keys were stored. Well, if it's Shannon, that kind of makes sense because she would be a servant, right? She'd be familiar. It also would make sense for like Natsui. Maybe not so much Kraus because we know that Natsui was like the real headmaster of the servants, at least as far as the game had described it. So Natsui would be more familiar with that stuff. I'm not sure to Jessica's involvement. I think Jessica being best friends with Shannon means that, like, that's why I have like a little bit of an inkling that they could have worked together. And maybe in like episode 5, the person that called Natsui was Jessica, but that'd be so fucked up because then her own daughter is like blackmailing her mom. And then it's like, why? But like sorry, to circle back, there's like logistical problems of certain things that exist on the island that the person who is doing the killings has to be knowledgeable about, at least in some of the killings, not all of them, but at least in some of the killings. Like for instance, to be able to like produce Kinzo's body and to put it in the boiler room furnace or incinerator, whatever it's called in the game, that person has to have knowledge of where Kinzo's body is, where it's being stored. We know for sure that definitely Kraus and Natsui would, and probably all the servants would as well. I think the only one, save Goda. I think Goda's the only servant that's not in the fold on the Kinzo lie. But any of the people that were in on the Kinzo lie, they probably know about Kinzo, but do they necessarily know where his body is stored? I mean, I would imagine that, like, Genji does. Like, again, there's something going on with things like that, like knowing what key goes to where all the keys are specifically stored, that Kinzo's body, and this, like, heavily implicates somebody that's on the island. Again, furthermore, when I bring back the whole message bottle thing, it also implies that whoever had access to the island, you know, that these... Fuck, I don't remember if they said that these letters were written on the island. I think they did. I think there was, like, a notepad, or they said that the letters were written on the island at post-episode 4. Or post-episode... I don't know, one of the episodes, they mentioned it. And so because of that, I had posited that, like, well, it had to be someone that prior to the start of the conference had access to the island. Because they were written a few days prior. And that was when I started to posit the idea of the whole, like, Hachijo thing, that maybe there is somebody that, like, Hachijo is actually a, I mentioned it at the start of the last stream, or the start of episode 6, that it seemed a little bit too perfect, the whole storyteller angle, and so I wonder if one of the people who was on the island, you could say, was, like, the first message bottle forger, because the idea that, like, she had seen all the truth, the only thing would be, like, was she actually the person on the island? Was there a person on the island who faked their death and then escaped and was writing stories about what had happened? And then I was joking, like, it would be crazy, like, if she was actually, like, Shannon, you know, or, well, I said Beatrice, but in this case now, if she's Beatrice Shannon, that, like, that Hachijo would be technically Beatrice because she was the one that was writing the story, and she was the one that was, like, reversing the time. And I remember Angie's like, oh, isn't it funny? Like, you think it's fun because you're, like, toying with the lives of my family and you're killing them over and over? But now that's like an even double meaning in a way, if there is some potential that Hachijo could actually be like an evil actor. And again, then we're like having the whole problem of separating whoever Featherine is as like the witch versus like Hachijo the person, which is a whole nother thing entirely. I think there's something to that storyteller angle because it fits too perfect. It's another thing about the whole, when I was talking earlier about the cliff thing, that I won't be surprised if we find out that somebody on the island either is Hachijo or is like a message bottle forger. I guess it doesn't necessarily have to be Hachijo, but there's somebody that is doing that, because I don't know how Hachijo would be so confident that her stories were correct. That's what leads me to believe that it would be the same person. Her name was Hachijo Toya, right? I think. And then her username was... I don't remember what her username was. I know it was like a Japanese, like, I think it's at the start of episode 6 I put it. Because her stage name, her online name... Because we had this whole system here that I said that, like, maybe these things related to, like, syllables. That was her name, right? Yeah, Hachijo Toya. Sorry. Just because I couldn't... Just a flash it there. She seems to, like, exist... You're right, that's what it was. Itoi Kukuro. Because I said every time it popped up, it was, like, fucking turning my brain into mush. Yeah, I remember she said in the game that it was, like, something to the power of 18. It was, like, the relation between, like, the long string of numbers. I forget the, They gave a little bit of an explanation for it in the game. Because then we had this, where we were trying to, like, figure out that these probably relate to the syllables somehow, but, like, I'm just not smart enough to figure out how they're going to be separated. Because there's also, like, as a non-native speaker, there's, like, 2 sets of ways that you can call these numbers. And some of them are, like, double syllables, so I was like, well, maybe it's just, like, the first syllable of all of them. Because I think for all of them, it followed, except for then 10 was different. I think that 10 was... I don't know how to describe this. I think I pulled it up. Let me see if I can find it. It was Japanese syllables as numbers. Yeah, right here. Let me open up my display capture. Let me hide my notes. Then when I was looking at it here, you had, like this. There was like 2 separate readings, but then the weird thing was that on 10, because it follows these, I think, for all of them. But then, let me open up my notes. But then, I think it was like on 10, it switched for some reason. Fuck, I forget where it was. I don't know. Again, I don't know the language, but it seemed like it followed these, whatever this means. But then it switched to this on 10. Whereas, again, like it seems to follow. But then with 7, I said that it was Nana because I think the reason why on 4 and 7 it made sense is that if I recall, in Chinese and in Japanese, I think it's, or it might just be in Chinese, I don't know, Tim, one of the two, that she, or like she in Chinese, is pronounced very similar to like death or die or something like that. And so because of that, for those numbers, because they sound similar, it switches to using these instead of doing this. But then again, the question, I just get confused with this, because like, why would there be a swap on 10? And I think 10 was one of the ones that was given in the game as well. So it's not like you could doubt it another way. Because then I was thinking, like, are these like anagrams now? Like, is there a way to... But like, they're so similar to each other, and we only have these 2 to work with. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back. I think we probably will do some of episode 7 start today. It might be pretty short, but we'll see. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a drink. I'll be like a minute, not even. Ouch! I just rolled over my toe. Okay. So the only thing that I got weirded out about these is that I'm sure this is in relation to another language meme, which I don't understand. Let me open this. That I was getting confused because I was saying like, well, I don't know how to like... Let me raise my mic here as well. Ugh. That I don't know how to like word these together in such a way because... The other thing that I was going to do... And this time, I made sure that I'm on incognito so I don't leak anything. But I wanted to look again here to try and figure out the line. Because I believe it was here that Odawara, which I'm probably mispronouncing, it's right here. And this is something that I kept bringing up as like a place that he went when he was younger. And then I was thinking, is there some way... Because like Reuben Island has something to do with it. But it feels like Yonaguni, but Yonaguni is like all the way down here somewhere. Where is it? Is this it? Yeah, right here. So like, when I was looking at this the last time, I was like, oh, well, maybe we can make like a triangle because we know that Angie got sent a letter that we didn't know where it went. And I was positing at some point that it was sent to Iwo Jima because there was a whole thing about Kinzo being in the war, you know, and that I had got the picture and that the picture lined up in like almost a perfect triangle between the three of them. You can make like a right triangle, and then the line between the three cut through here. That could just be like some total cap that I was on. And then we were also talking about Matsue because we were talking about the castle. They kept bringing up like Western style architecture and castles and stuff, and apparently Matsue is known for having a castle. But I feel like it's related something to like these, but because the only reason why I'm making this connection is when I saw these at the end, I thought they were like gibberish numbers, and maybe I'm totally am just like looking at gibberish or something, and there's no hope for me on this. But when they gave the Itoi Kukuro, they put that into syllables to explain that that's why her name meant something. Like Angie had discovered like some connection between the name and that. And so then I was thinking, okay, well, like maybe we have these numbers, which at first I thought they were just like, you know, gibberish because this one is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but then it went 7, 6, and I was like, ooh, well, that's a bit odd. And then you have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it starts exactly the same, but yeah, I don't if we were to like put these into their own strings all together, also, do these even equal out to being 13 characters? Because that would also be important if it's related to the epitaph. This looks like way more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And obviously this is longer. And then that was the thing where I was like, oh, well, it doesn't really add up because... And then the only thing I was thinking is like, oh, well, is there some way that we could strike out like the names of these? But even if you were to strike out the names of this, you would lose a lot. And then in that episode, they were talking about how there was like some connection between the thing, and it was like if you were to do a 10-step trip between like the big cities, because that's what I would imagine you would do. If you were to start here on Reben, you'd probably go here, and then you would go down like this, right? And if we were trying to get back to Odawara, which is like down here somewhere, you would want to make a trip of some kind down to Odawara if it was supposed to be a 10 twilight trip, thus corresponding to 10 actual, or I guess it would be 5 days, but 10, but it doesn't, I don't know. I think unfortunately I am too English pilled to be able to understand. I know there's going to be something to do with Reben Island. I just don't know if it's supposed to be... The other problem is the fact that Angie has one that is excluded, that we know there was a third letter that Angie doesn't know any of the details of. Not to say that it could, like, mean something, but... The only other thing is we know that it was Ogan no Kyo and then Ogan no Sato were the things. The problem is I don't see a U anywhere in these. Oh, okay. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Okay. Awesome. So then let me change this. Let me just delete this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean that for 5, it was go... 6 row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. So that's 11. It's 11 no matter what. And that's what we wanted. We wanted something that was 11 characters long. There's no U, though, is the only thing, right? Unless I'm blind, but I don't think there is. There's definitely something here with this. I'm just not big-brained enough to figure it out. Are they the same number of characters? I don't think they are, because this has an extra... No, this one has extra. It has 2 extra ones. Otherwise, it's the same. Huh. I don't want to get bogged down on this too much because it's like I could probably stare at this for hours and not make any progress on it. But there's something here. And I don't know what it is, but there's something here. But I unfortunately do not have the brain power necessary to put this together or the grasp of the Japanese language to put it together. I really wish we knew what hers was. But I'm imagining that it's going to be something to do. I mean, they basically said as much in episode 3 that it's going to be like a fucking 5 or 10 day trip. I think it was 5-day trip. And if we're looking for Odawara, which was somewhere down here, I always forget where it is. Yeah, it's right here. So if you imagine that this is what we're looking to end at. This also has a castle though. There's all these mentions of castles. And then when we went to Matsue, castle. And I don't remember... 17th century. I don't know why there's something about castles that let me look at my notes. Was there something about... No, I guess... I don't know why I could have sworn there was something about castles. I guess I'm making that up. But there's gonna be something to do with Reben. For sure. I just don't... Huh. The other thing, too, with Rosa being in Sapporo, like, I just don't think that the whole mention of Hokkaido is going to be nothing. Like, there's going to be something else to do with that. They mentioned about Rosa going up with her boyfriend on vacation to Hokkaido. And if you remember, Rosa is also one of the people that discovers, after Kiri gives the hint, or not the hint, but she gives, like, the push, Rosa is one of the people that solves the problem. I'm trying to remember... Let me open up, I'm gonna go to my channel real quick, and I'm going to look at specifically one scene. I don't want to look at a lot of them, just because it's cringe. And playlists, and Umineko. And you guys won't be able to hear this, by the way, because I'm not unmuting it. Gonna be in one of these two. I was wondering why there's like fluttering. It's because of ambient mode. There's some spot wherever Rosa whenever Ava finds the gold. I want to see the conversation that Rosa and Ava have. I'll unmute the game here and let me mute this for you, or I'll mute the audio here. Others would accept that. I try not to have such naive dreams. Let's pull this back. I just want to see this conversation. And will we be smothered by sad nights? Congratulations, me. Congratulations, Ushimi and Ava. We're here right now, the sad half of our life has had its heart's desires granted. It's all thanks to you. I was blessed with this chance because of your magic. Because of that chance, I was able to make it here. Thank you. My magic couldn't have been granted if we both didn't believe in each other. But it isn't just the power of my magic, this is our victory. So congratulations, us. Thank you, Mia. Thank you, Ushimi Ava. I'm so glad I didn't give in before now. There's no way this chapter just ends happy, by the way. I'm so happy. I'm so glad I didn't drown in soil and forget to keep struggling. This is my magic. Our magic. Your magic is a real thing. Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest, is nothing more than an illusion. You are the real witch who can use real magic. That's right. Right now, you are the golden witch, Beatrice. And I did have the theory around Beatrice was a different person every time, depending on who figured it out. You know, maybe I'm just throwing out every opportunity to try and capture all possible. I don't know, old me. I think you're wrong on that one, but... that place for the time being. And when she climbed the stairs again, trying to leave the secret place, she saw a creepy swaying human shadow blocking her path, and her dreamlike state was blown away. Who's there? For an instant, she believed that the true master of this room, the real Beatrice, had appeared. Seeing that the other person was also holding a gun. The two of them were pointing guns at each other. Oh, the other thing too. Sorry, I don't want to yell. The other thing too that made me think that Rudolph, or that it had to be one of the two siblings of Rudolph or Kraus in episode 1, was because we're talking about how somehow another logistical problem as far as using like the guns is that they have to know the location of where the guns are being stored. And it seems like it's only the siblings that know about it. And so if Kraus was confirmed dead, Rudolph would be the only other option. That was, the other point to bring up. Because the only other gun that was present in that episode was the one that Natsu had, but... And eventually they each realized who the other was. Gotta be Rosa. I fucking knew it, because I had to be a sibling. Because Kiri didn't have a gun. Nason, what are you doing in a place like this? I'd ask you the same. What business do you have at a place such as this? I shouldn't have given you that hint, Nason. If I hadn't, I definitely would have been the first to reach this place. Too bad. Even though Rosa knew where the staircase went, and what was waiting ahead of her. That's rich. Coming from someone who arrived here after me. I racked my brain too much over the Sweetfish River. The Sweetfish part didn't really matter that much at all, did it? That isn't true. It was an excellent hint if you ask me. Well, of course, maybe there was no need for it to be Sweetfish. When I heard the Sweetfish officially go into the sea, I was able to figure it out. What is inside? Want to see with your own eyes. It definitely won't betray your expectations. Don't be afraid, Nason. I never had any interest in you being in the head. I don't even care what the Ushimi. Yo, what's up? Honestly, Sorry, we're doing some theorizing right now. I wasn't looking at the chat. You serious? Of course. On the outside of the Ushimi siblings, even if father hadn't named me as the next head, there's no way my brothers would accept that. I try not to have such naive dreams. Let me see too, the proof of your victory, Nason. As long as I receive the proper portion that we agreed upon as siblings, I plan to actively accept you as the true victor in this game. You shot me, then you'd have this gold all to yourself, right? The same for you. You shot me, this gold would all be yours. For a tense while, the sisters pointed their guns at each other. Eventually, after they sized up the glint in the other's eyes, they lowered their guns. And then they both quickly quick draw that goes western. Eva removed her finger from the trigger and held the gun upside down. It was a position that she couldn't quickly shoot from. When she saw that, Rosa held hers the same way. Quick draw! That's right. That plan of shooting the other and having all the gold to ourselves is fascinating for both of us. But if one of us suddenly disappeared on this island while it's isolated by the typhoon, there would be a huge uproar. If we hid the corpse here, probably wouldn't be found easily, but that isn't for certain. No matter how many billion yens worth of gold is on the line, it isn't worth the risk of committing murder. In the end, that would become a weakness for Kraus and the others to squeeze all the money out of us with. I agree. Considering that Nissan or Rudolph could have been the one to show up here, it may have been a blessing in disguise that it was you. I trust you the most of all the siblings. Thank you. I also trust you the most of the siblings, Nason. She knew she was lying on that shit. I want to see the gold too. Do you? Now I also want to see it again. Even though I saw it with my own eyes, it still doesn't feel real. Unless I see it together with you and check once more that it actually exists, it feels like the gold will turn to fog and disappear. They go down and it's not there. I mean, she could confirm the identity of the unidentified corpses, but this also comes down to the question. I mean, like, if the person wasn't dead, they wouldn't be a corpse, right? So that doesn't really mean too much. Eva started descending the staircase once more, or she didn't carelessly expose her back to Rosa. Likewise, I get what you're saying. Regard, she definitely didn't show any sign of carelessness. I would go back and watch the scene because I want to see if Nanja went over all the bodies. I kind of doubt that one of them is not going to kill the other. Maybe it's actually this part that I want to watch. Where'd sweetfish have? Oh, fish that are sweet. Sweetfish are like salmon. They're freshwater fish, but they go out into the ocean right after they're born. When they get big, they return to the river to live there. When they spawn there and their lives there, and then they spawn there and their lives there. Well, they leave their home at one point, but the part about them getting big and returning there to lay eggs, they might have a family, or that might have a family prosperity type of image. Huh. They're freshwater fish, but they can live in the ocean. I didn't know that. I thought they were river fish, so they couldn't go out into the sea. They're also called kogyo, or Roma fish, because they have a pleasant smell. I've never eaten one, but I've heard that they're very delicious when... Kogyo. Does that show up anywhere here? No. Grilled with salt. Oh, not sweet. You've never eaten salt grilled sweetfish. They're delicious. I'll treat you sometime. It is a food for commoners. It isn't appropriate for your mouth. This is just my wild idea, but the image I get from the sweetfish river made me suspect a family tree before. The sweetfish go out into the ocean for a time, but they return to the river where they were born to spawn, right? Oh. So it's a metaphor for that. I could just be the issue in your house then. It makes me think about myself. You're right. I can confess now that I have something suspected that refers to you and Maria. What? I see. As you travel down, you will see a village. The only village, Sato. You'll find by going down the family tree is Oga no Sato. Isn't that what they said it was? And that's weird that if Maria's name contains that, is it something to link to Rosa? I mean, I still have high suspicion on Rosa, just not of necessarily being Beatrice. I also think that Rosa might be one of the only people that definitely had got given the ring at some point. If we were to think that the letter that she didn't open in episode 2 had the ring. The one in Maria's name. Okay, this is like Japanese language memes. Okay, you gotta give me a break if this is the fucking solution. Right? But as you all know, Father has a dislike for Maria, and he has almost never spoken with her. Besides which, Father once told me to give Maria a completely different name. I just made Maria on my own. Father was very mad about that. That's really weird that to give Maria a different name. Maria, and he has almost never spoken with her. Huh. Besides which, Father once told me to give Maria a completely different name. I just made Maria on my own. Father was very mad about that. The thing about the history there, I really couldn't imagine that he'd reference Maria's name in his precious epitaph, but who would inherit his wealth and the family headship? Have you ever let Maria read the epitaph? Yes, of course I have. But she didn't seem to have a clue. She didn't have a clue, and she kept going on about the same occult stuff about how it was a resurrection ceremony for the witch. connection between father and Maria. Certainly they do share that occult hobby, but they never interacted. I can't imagine it refers to Maria either. What interests me is the fact that he explicitly added the word beloved at the beginning. Like you all said just now, if father was reluctant about becoming the Ushirimiya family head, would he describe it that way? I don't think it is Odawara, which points back to the Ushirimiya main family. I believe that this word beloved, here at the beginning, definitely refers to a place full of very important memories of father. Yeah, this island. Well, that's fine. It'd be hard to pinpoint since we don't have a clue about a map from that time, but anyway, there were probably several rivers of sweet fish swimming in them near Dad's home during his youth. That's if it's a river with water flowing down it, right? And then, go on, Kiri. I don't really understand the 3 lines starting with as you travel down it, you will see a village. These are probably coupled with the 2 lines about the Sweetfish River. Probably something that we would automatically understand if we knew what the Sweetfish River really was. The 2 speak of is interesting. Okay, I'm gonna hot take. I think the whole of old is gonna be Rotenjima. The shore the 2 speak of is... I don't think I'm entirely wrong about this, but like it doesn't really aid much. Something that Beatrice and him speak of, and I don't know, we'll figure it out. Probably something that we would automatically, as long as we understand that, were they a favorite dish of Dad's? Or is there fish swimming in it, or some kind of float? Something you can go down or up. Keep those kinds of abstract ideas in mind, and we may be able to come up with more out-of-the-box ideas. And the other 3 lines that follow the answer for the Sweetfish River ends up with the key to the Golden Land. If you think about it this way, I wonder if it was a mistake to split it into 3 parts. There's actually 4 parts. Go down the Sweetfish River, find the key to the Golden Land, journey to the Golden Land, and the treasure of the Golden Land. Truly interesting. Well, we have this opportunity, but you might continue in telling us your opinion about the most central portion of the epitaph. Up until the 10th twilight where we arrive at the Golden Land. That's the most symbolic and also the most disturbing part. Since it keeps mentioning the word sacrifice, I can't help but think it has something to do with father's occult rituals. How do you see it, Kiri? It's a really weird thing though that they mention village, and the fact that Maria's name contains like the kanji for that. I don't know, there's something weird about that. Kiri recrossed her arm several times. Sorry, I apologize for this pause here, but this is very difficult. By starting with you who laid hand upon the key, it probably means you won't be able to continue without understanding the key. I'll have to give up, but I'll take a shot at it anyway. Just like the Sweetfish River isn't necessarily a river with water flowing down it, it is also doubtful whether this key is actually something. Of course, yeah. I think we put that together in like the first episode. It's probably not right. There's also the possibility that it's a code or a keyword. After all, this key isn't something to be stuck into a keyhole. It's something that selects 6 people to be sacrificed for the first twilight. In that sense, we can say that this key isn't something to open the door to the Golden Land. What a disturbing key. Key that can select 6 people to be sacrifices. How would a key select anything? This has been around like a roulette. He points towards a certain specific group of 6 people. No, we just say it points to a certain specific group of 6 things. If this doesn't mean a literal command to offer sacrifice. For example, it could be an anagram. An anagram? You mean a word game? Ever since Rosa started talking about the family tree and how village was a part of Maria's name, this has constantly been going through my mind. It seems as though Rudolph, for example, has run with the words beloved home of old, and is assuming that it has something to do with the geography or coordinates, but that might not be true. This could be some kind of puzzle, or maybe playing with letters. I'm sorry, what do you mean by playing with letters? Oh yeah, it's like sucker, marry, barrelers. What do you get when you take out the E's and the R's? Okay, fuck off, bro. Like that. Good man. Take out the E's and R's, huh? Makes you laugh twice. It was an undignified game, inappropriate for you. Only Natsume didn't get it and had a blank look on her face. It seemed that she had only guessed the answer had to be something undignified, triggering Rudolph and Ava's snickers. Natsume, it's something like this. There was something like in Maria's book of puzzles, okay? There's this thing called the Tanuki notebook. There's a notebook written in some kind of code with a lot of Taz mixed in. And if you remove Nuki, all of the Taz, then the true sentence pops up. It's a game like that. Oh, I see. Question mark. And then she thinks back. Natsume finally realized the answer to the undignified riddle Rudolph imposed. Her face grew reddish, she hung her head in embarrassment. The father showed interest. Extremely sequential, and we can guess the beginning of 6 character key as a result, but in that case we don't know what we killed the 6 characters from. That's the point. What do we subtract the 6 characters from? It doesn't tell us. On the second twilight it says those who remain, which means at the very least that something has a finite number of characters. It's gonna be fucking something with like the spelling of the characters who are still alive or something. But I have no fucking clue how to interpret it because it depends if it has to do with like the Japanese spelling of their names or the English spelling of their names. You could read like it's telling you to continue with the remaining characters after the 6 characters are removed, and yet we don't know what this something is, even though it should have been shown to us at the beginning. But we're not going to assume that this is playing with letters. Everyone crossed their arms and fell into silence. It felt like they were about to reach a novel understanding that hadn't been able to before, but they stumbled just one step before it. And all of a sudden, ding! At that time, Hideyoshi's stomach rumbled heartily. The silence up until then was broken by laughter. sorry. By spinning the gears in my head for a change, my stomach's completely empty. Looks like perfect. Okay, yeah, I mean, I just didn't get anything from that. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get anything from that. I'll leave it at the fact that I know it has something to do with something up here with Reben, and there will probably be something to do with the Oniguni, and I have no fucking clue. But I don't really want to waste too much time on that. And it also probably has something to do with this syllable game that I don't understand. And it also probably has something to do with like the names or spellings of one of the characters, but I'm too fucking dense in the head to be able to understand a language that I don't speak. I can't really do this. I think we might just shelf this here. I think I got like the big thing out that I wanted to, which was this, about this claim that I'm pretty confident that Shannon is Beatrice. But then we get into the whole thing about, like, does it really matter, you know? Shannon might be Beatrice, but it don't really matter that much because I don't think she's the one that's necessarily doing all the killings. So, regardless, I think we might just start episode 7 then. I don't think there's any other thing. I think a lot of this is beyond my grasp, and I don't really just want to sit here and mull for like hours on end about trying to put together some what about canon, like in particular. I think did I say, or just like broadly on canon or anything in particular? I don't know if I brought something up specifically about him. Do you mean like in terms of like that room in episode 6? I guess we didn't really look at that too much. Let's see. I have that link here to the Red Truth. And so we're looking. Stop scrolling me down, bro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope, that is not it. This is what we're looking for. Oh, so the 17 versus 18. If we assume that there is, I had it up here, that with the 16 people on the island, I have two theories. One of which is that the only thing that I don't know how to square it is that the furniture literally do just count as halves, specifically relating to Shannon and Cannon. Genji confuses me. I don't really count him the same, even though I guess he is furniture, but I've only ever heard Cannon and Shannon like call themselves furniture. And also the fact that in that last episode, they refer to one of the furniture dying and the other becoming whole. The idea that, like, it kind of sounds like for one of Shannon or Cannon to be full, the other has to not be in the picture. So my only thing that I was viewing here is if we count them as actual halves, like if you literally think that they are both halves, if we want to say that there's 16 people, the interpretation could be that the furniture literally aren't being counted as one, but they are just being counted as 0.5. The only thing that's weird about that is that then you would ask, like, okay, well, why isn't Genji being counted as 0.5? The only thing that I would then counter to that is that it's weird to me that Cannon and Shannon are the only two characters in the whole game that don't have last names. Like, they have other names, we know that, but they don't have, as far as I'm aware, they don't have last names. We know they have other first names. We know that it's Yoshia for Cannon and then Sayo for Shannon, but we don't really have anything. And like Genji has a full name. I guess we could say that it's like fake, but the idea would be that if we only count Shannon and Cannon as halves, it would make sense that they both count as 16, or the final count is 16, not 17. The other possibility, which I can't really prove and would require a lot of like going back through the entire game, would be that we have, like, if you've ever seen the movie The Sixth Sense, where I think it's Bruce Willis. Is it Bruce Willis in Sixth Sense? Sixth Sense, Bruce Willis. Yeah, where he's actually, spoiler for a 20-something-year-old movie, he's actually dead the whole movie. And then the whole meme at the end is that when you go back and you look at all the scenes, it makes sense that, like, the scenes do play out the way they play out, but that the character, like, one of the characters that's present is actually dead. Or would never existed to begin with. When I say dead, I should say never existed, because dead actually wouldn't work, because we were counting bodies at a certain point, and if a character never existed, then that would be the only way that the count would work. Because, for instance, like, Kinzo is being kind of semi-counted at points. Yeah, exactly. So that's, like, the only other thing that I can think is, so we either have, like, a counting error thing where the number that we see, so again, like, without Erika it's 17, but if we were to count Shannon and Cannon as halves, as they were talked about at the end there, that dual part, then they would only count as one. There might be something interesting about the fact that when one of them is killed, the fact that the other becomes whole, like, I don't know if that means something. Because in reality, that would be like transferring the half and then combining it to the whole, right? If you think about it like two fractions, right? If you were to add two fractions together, you know, if we say one of them wins and you add it to that fraction, well, that becomes like one, and then the other just gets reduced to 0 and dies. The only thing that's weird about the whole, which we'll get into like the canon thing, but so yeah, it's either like a counting error of some kind where the people that are present on the island don't count what we think they count for. The other thing that's kind of funky about this that I'm a little bit iffy on is I think there's like, the only thing that's scary about this is if we think that Genji does count as a half and then one of Goto or Kumasawa do, I would wager like Kumasawa if we wanted to, that then we get to like a weird possibility that we could actually be one under the count again. And then the other thing that I get really weirded out about, actually wait, I don't even need to do this, I can just go to the oh, that's funny, yeah. I don't know if you've ever played Zero Escape, but there's kind of like in the last Zero Escape game, there's something that's sort of similar to that. Not exactly. But if I do this, ooh, actually I don't want to do Control F. I'll try and find it up here. I'm pretty sure it was in the second game. Let me just do human. And we'll go down here. So this is an interesting statement here. Fuck, I have to pee really bad. I should have went pee when I got my drink. I'm gonna go pee real quick. But I want you to mull on this statement. I made a very big deal about this statement in particular, where it said there are no more than 18 humans. Now the only thing is, this isn't saying there are exactly 18, because that would make this very... But saying there's no more than 18 is a very interesting way to phrase this. Like, there's two ways that are weird in this statement, saying this Rokenjima and then saying 18 humans. But the fact is, this isn't like an affirmative statement saying there is exactly 18 humans. It's only saying there's no more than 18, which means like it could be 2. We obviously know it's not 2, but like my point being, this doesn't really put a lower bound on anything. It just puts an upper bound. So it doesn't really help us actually divine the total amount. But I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Oops. Keep bumping into my mic whenever I get back. But yeah, so this is like something that's really interesting, but the point being that I outlined here is that if we are counting multiple people as halves, there is like a potential that we open up the possibility that there could be other characters that are present that we don't know about. Again, I don't think that would be the case, but that could be like a little bit of foreshadowing if the furnitures are not counted right. But the only reason why I don't think that's the case is I think that would break the Nox Decalogue. I also think it's kind of funny that, there was some part in the last chapter. I don't know if I wrote it down. Nope, I did not. Also, fucking Omega Lull here. 13 out of 18 suspicion. She should be, well now she would be number 1 and Jessica would still be 2, but I'm pretty confident it's Shannon. Regardless, the only thing that, fuck, I totally just lost my train of thought where I was going. God, this is such a weird, there was some part of the last chapter where they mentioned that Beatrice liked mystery novels. The only other thing that I think that's weird about that, one, that makes it kind of funny because it makes sense why this game, oops, I did not mean to click that. It makes sense why this game would follow the Decalogue, because, I don't know why it keeps jumping, I don't like that. It makes sense why it would follow the Decalogue, because if she likes mystery novels, then it would follow that if she's creating a game, it would also follow the Decalogue. The only other thing that there is to note, and I know I've joked about him being like notoriously useless, but there's one other character who we know has a love of mystery novels that is not Shannon, because we'd assume that Beatrice is, if Beatrice is Shannon, that Shannon has a love of mystery novels that we don't know about, but they say that Beatrice loves them, but it's actually Nanjo. In episode 5, I believe in the court case, we find out that Nanjo and Erika talked about their love of mystery novels. And I know I've joked about Nanjo being useless this entire time and doing nothing, but all I'm saying is, might be some possibility he ain't been so useless the whole time. But regardless, I think we'll probably call that a wrap on the part that's at least theory stream. I'm not tired, so I'm definitely down to start episode 7 here. So let me edit the stream title. I wish that I knew more about the Japanese language to try and put together the epitaph, but it's either staring me in the face and I just don't have the knowledge to be able to do it, or I'm looking at the wrong parts, or it's probably just beyond me. But let me... Oh, you're right, she did say that too. That is something of note. Which would kind of make sense if we follow the idea of, if my theory of her being the mentor, that it could make sense if she was like the original or one of the Beatrice of the past, that they could maybe share like similar hobbies and stuff. But you are right, because they mentioned when they went to Kumasawa's house, or when Angie went to Kumasawa's house to talk to her son, there was like a poster, or a picture, sorry, that was plastered on the wall that was from the chapel, because she was trying to solve the epitaph. Right now, to me, I think the big thing is like, Well, the problem is we're gonna get a lot of the answers. So, I guess as like the final part of the theory stream, in my head, people that I am like the most sus of. Let me unmute the game, and then I'll also unmute it on your guys' end as well because it's still muted for you. Now you should hear the game again, and let me remute this just in case I press something wrong. Right now on the human side, one, I also want to know what's up with this girl, because like she's dead, like all the time, and she shows up every single time, and I don't really understand why she shows up all the time on the witch side, but she's dead. Like I think she's gonna show up at some point. I mention this all the time. It's just really weird that she constantly shows up. But the thing that gets weird about this is my top suspicion list right now, okay? One, as far as the Beatrice as we know her, in like the one that fell in love with what do you call it? One who fell in love with Battler, like that Beatrice. Again, this is the other thing that I mentioned. Like, there could be multiple Beatrice if you're trying to, like, word this in a weird way. I mean, like, you look at Ava in episode 3. You look at, well, I guess other characters. Did I even read what it says here? With the Black Witch. There's only one other thing in this game. There's only one other thing in this game where this phrase has ever been mentioned. And it was in reference to Rosa. I believe I even have it in my notes. Let me put the display capture back up. I believe... hatred was caused by a black witch who gave all the people the power of black magic. And I'm pretty sure there was something in particular. I know Maria talked about the Black Witch possessing Rosa. Because the thing is, like, I don't think Shannon is evil. Like, when you look at the intention behind Beatrice, when you look at the intention in that speech, right? Like, when you look at it, wherever it is here. This is not evil. You know? Like, this is somber, it's a little bit sad. But it's not, it's not, like, there's also another thing here. If I go back to this, and if we go to, I love how this is under a thing called Japanese wordplay. I don't know if my channel will pop up if I do this. I knew it was going to bring up him. Oh, here we go. It did actually pop up. There is, in episode 4, whenever the first twilight happens, there's a bunch of Rosa shit here. I want to know when the first twilight happens here. Okay, it hasn't happened yet, so it's the start of the next stream. At the start of this, there is a very particular thing that when they all get killed, okay, so they're all down here. I could swear that Rose is like, maybe it happened at the end of the last stream and I just skipped it. Sorry, I apologize for this. They're right here. I don't know if I skipped it or if I'm not there yet. I think I'm not there yet. It might be actually be after this. It's right here. The sweet world. This is after the whole thing happens. It shows Rosa going, right? So then this ends, but then when we go back, I don't know if this is showing, like... Like, why is Rosa in this section? I know you can't hear this, by the way, sorry. She's like all freaking out, and then this is when like Maria and thing like torture her to death, basically. Because Rosa talks about her hatred of Maria. And how even though it wasn't like entirely Maria's fault, it kind of was that she was the way she is. The other thing too, again, is like Rosa's the only person that we know that came into contact with Thing. That's the other thing that's weird. She's the only person that came into contact with 67 Beatrice before she died. I still have high sus on her for being like potentially, I don't want to say evil, but the fact that it mentions that she died in a duel with a quiet girl who was always being teased, she was loved by everyone. She shot not to kill, but to protect her allies. A brazen way of speaking. Meticulous and timid personality, is fairly paranoid. Huh. To me, it feels like this is supposed to be... Huh. I'm gonna throw this out there that it kind of seems like these are supposed to be representative of, like, the siblings. Maybe I'm wrong. But one, the fact that there's 4 of them, and the fact that some of these descriptions and their blurbs seem to overlap a little bit with the siblings. Because this is a theory that we've had for a while, that when you see the magic things happening in the game, that the magic things are representations of like real people doing those actions. If that makes sense, that like we talked about like the Ronove and Jessica scene, that maybe that was actually like Genji fighting Jessica or something, you know? Because when you see this, the position of a calm and composed leader, that's merely the role that was sought of her. Her true self is far more of a weakling. Like this sounds like it's talking about Kraus. That sounds like you're talking about Kraus like on the head. Excessive power level, not so much that, maybe, though. Then we look at this extremely meticulous and timid personality, because the only thing that was weird is I was reading this, and I was like, a unique and brazen way of speaking. I was like, well, maybe that's more like Ava. Rough-spoken, loves company. It won't ever be directly answered. Wow. Interesting. That'll be something that's fun to look up after. To me, it feels like these 4 are maybe references to the siblings. The only thing that's weird about this is, like, parts of these sound like it maps on. Like, this sounds like it maps on pretty well with Kraus, but then, like, the second part, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe, though. Chris says, in this part, it seems like a little bit, her one eye tells of this without words. It's like, Enemy search and being decisive. And it's like, When you see like the extremely meticulous and the only thing is like the timid part, because if it was like extremely meticulous, fairly paranoid. Cannot bear silence. The problem is like some of these things feel so like out there. A unique and brazen way of speaking. The way that this kind of sounds to me, the fact that it mentions Black Witch, the only other time we've heard about a Black Witch is talking about Rosa. And Maria mentioning that she had been like taken over. A brutal death in a battle with the Black Witch. It almost sounds like whoever Rosa used to be lost out. Like that's kind of the way that it views to me. It sounds like it's saying that like Rosa was one way, but that something happened and she lost out to a duel with the Black Witch, which is the person that takes over. But the only thing that's weird about that is that then you would say, like, is Rosa actually feigning the entire time? And again, like, Rosa is so fucking suspicious. Rosa is so fucking suspicious in this game. She is the one that constantly points out that there is the distinction between, like, the Ogan no Kyo and the Ogan no Sato. She talks about that all the time. She brings that up constantly. Like, I think she's, like, the only one that's like, oh, it's weird, it's spelled, like, I think 2 times in episode 3, and in a later episode she brings it up. She's the only one without a husband, or without a spouse, I should say. She's the only one who we've heard things about possession. She solves the damn clue that Ava solves, but Ava goes to the archive, and we think that Rosa goes by herself to the other place. Right now, if I had to do, like, a suspicion hierarchy, I'm pretty positive that Shannon is, like, the pure Beatrice, like a good Beatrice, if you can even word it like that. I don't trust Rudolph. I don't trust... The one thing, though, that would make it so fucking peak is what I was saying earlier, is if you imagine that each of the first 4 episodes is, like, one of the siblings is getting a different... is, like, getting a ring each time. Because if we imagine that Rosa got it in episode 2... and if Ava was, like, not literally, but kind of got it in episode 3 because she was the one that got the gold, and then you were to look at Kraus and Thing, it could maybe make sense that each of the first 4 episodes is one of the siblings, like, doing their thing. Or it could be potentially, like, Natsui, or it could be, like, their spouses. Like, I would imagine that maybe for Kraus it's Natsui, because, I don't know, I feel like Natsui's kind of got the pants on in that relationship. I wouldn't be surprised if Kraus wasn't having anything going on with him. I'm just trying to think. I wonder if this might only reference, like, the women? They all do have female pronouns. Because then if you think about it like that, you could maybe say that this would line up more with Natsuhi. This lines up more with Kiri. But this is, again, like, there's just parts of it that don't line up. It's either that these are in reference to each of the siblings, or it's in reference to, like, the girls. It's like Natsuhi, Ava, Kiri, Rosa. There's something going on with Rosa. I don't trust it. I don't trust Rosa. There's been too many times where she's had brush-ins with Beatrice that nobody else has had. I just don't... I can't put it out of my mind that she's just innocent. But like I said, that doesn't really change my calculus much, because my whole thinking this entire time has been that there is multiple killers, you know? That, like, not all the killings in each episode are done by the same person, and that the killer is different. Like, there could be multiple killers in each episode, and that the killers are different people. But the one thing that is weird about this is you would think there's going to be, like, one person that's kind of like a constant through line. And as far as Shannon goes, like, Shannon might be Beatrice, but she doesn't seem evil. She doesn't seem like she's doing anything. And that's why I was saying earlier that it kind of felt like... I think my very first prediction early on in the game was that Beatrice was, like, a state of mind, or was, like, a possession. That she wasn't something that was simply, like, a person. Because that was the only way to make it fit, that across multiple episodes where we have different sets of people that are dying... Let me think here, like, how is it that everybody dies in each episode? I think Rosa has, like, too much focus to not be important to some degree. Like, I truly just think there has to be more to her. But I just can't place... Because when you say the Black Witch, that's, like, the one thing that... The fact that it's mentioned there... it really, 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 really makes me believe that Rosa has something going on. I just don't... Because it could explain, like, why Maria has such... Because Maria's, like, more tapped in to anything. The other thing that we got told early on in the game is we know that because Maria calls, this is the thing, Maria calls Rosa the Black Witch. And we have the thing in the notes, if I open it up here. We have the thing in the notes somewhere. Black Witch. Right here, that all along the hatred was caused by the Black Witch who gave all these people the power of black magic, and that if someone could have been the counterbalance to show what magic was truly meant to be for, maybe that person could offset the pain and suffering. It seems the black magic is negative emotion of some kind. It seems like, because we know that Mariage Sorcière got corrupted at some point too, that it went from being like a friendly alliance to being like, you know, black magic and tricks and other bad things. The only thing, again, that comes off weird here is we had... I'm trying to think. I think we had mentioned at some point... Fuck, it's gonna be so hard to, like, to go back through and find where it is. But there was some point in the story that I had mentioned that if we were to... I don't need the notes to be open for this because I'm not gonna be able to find it in my notes. Actually, let me... Bastard. So we had this, which now we think this is kind of true, and this is Shannon, but the other thing, the other thing too with the code, I think that this is, there's going to be two things now that will be like the beginning of the end, and it's either that 1129 was the creation of Beatrice, or now, maybe it's just because this is hot on the mind, that it was like the corruption of Mariage Sorcière. Because you have, like, two parts that are required for this to happen. I can't... This is the thing. The reason why I keep saying I think there has to be, like, multiple Beatrices, there has to be something going on, is that I just don't see how Shannon is evil. Like, it could be that she's had an insane poker face the entire time, but even if we follow the magic interpretation, like, we've seen certain scenes where Shannon is being attacked by Beatrice. Like, look at episode 2. The other thing that was weird about Shannon that I forgot to mention earlier was the fact that she knew about where the spirit mirror was in Natsui's room. Like, that was another thing that was odd. But then we have another question that comes down to... Maria calls Rosa the Black Witch. The other thing that's interesting... And I'll go through my notes here. I think this is just looping now, yeah. So, the only other thing that I can think here... I just don't know how the timeline matches up. Because the other thing that's really funny about this, and let me cover this. The other thing that's funny about the whole character tab and the way that this has been presented to us, I was talking with Alan about this, that the entire time in this game, we have never heard about, we've never heard about the grandmother, like, in detail. And by the grandmother, I mean Kinzo's, like, the wife that he was actually married to. Because the one thing that we had posited early on, I remember positing this, because it was in the Jessica theory, that if Jessica was Beatrice, maybe there was, the reason why she looked like Beatrice was because that Jessica was actually a bastard child from Kinzo and Beatrice. But the other thing that I didn't really I'm only just thinking this now, because my initial theory was that he had a bastard child with, like, the second, 67 Beatrice, and that's who Jessica was. But it could also just be the possibility that not all the kids share the same mother. Because the other thing, too, is the fact that Rosa is a time gap. I almost... The only thing that's weird, though, is, again, well, the Jessica theory's blown up, so it doesn't really... I don't want to say it's blown up. I think Jessica might still have some guilt, but I don't think she is, like, the OG. Well, fuck. Again, dude, we're the Beatrice, the Beatri. They're all circling in my head. I think there has to be, like, multiple... I don't want to say necessarily multiple... We know there's multiple Beatrice in terms of, like, the real world, because, like I said, you had the OG first Beatrice, and then you had the Beatrice at Couadorian, who is 67, and then we have the third Beatrice, who I'm going to imagine is Shannon. But the thing that I'm wondering is how many of these kids were children between Kinzo and between his his wife, like the one that he was married to, and like the Beatrice. Because the other thing that's weird about this is we know that Rosa has a time gap of about 10 years between her siblings. And that's a really odd thing. Now, the other thing about that is that 67 Beatrice, she was older than Rosa. So we know... Oh, no, never mind. If it was the other way around, it could potentially be true. What I was going to say is if it was the other way around, you could say that if Rosa was older or the same age as 67 Beatrice, that there was some possibility that Rosa was born from the OG Beatrice, like Beatrice 1, not 67 Beatrice, but the mother of 67 Beatrice. The only thing is, because we don't know when 67 Beatrice died, it's kind of impossible to know. However, we could say that for certain these three, because they're at least 10 years older than Beatrice, I worded that in the wrong way, but technically it's correct, because these three are 10 years older than Rosa, and 67 Beatrice is probably at most 10 years older than, is at most 10 years older than Rosa, because I think they said Rosa was around like 9 to 10. I think they said that Beatrice was like 18 to 20. I don't know if they ever gave like a specific age on her. That 67 Beatrice would line up with the age of these people at this time. So if we follow it in the current game, it was 19 years prior, right? And these people would have all been around like, you know, probably like 20 to 25, maybe like a little bit older. We know there's a 2-year gap between these two. I don't know if they ever gave a gap between Rudolph and Ava. What I'm trying to say without yambling on too much is, because we don't know the exact like lineage, the initial theory that like, oh, like maybe he had sex with 67 Beatrice and had a kid, and then that was like Jessica. But that would have only made sense if we followed like the orphan theory, but it seems to be that Jessica was actually birthed by Natsui. So that wouldn't follow. But then like, is there some possibility that Kraus would be? Because that's the other thing that's really funny is like, why do Kraus... I mean, I guess Rose's is more of like a light brown, but Kraus definitely... That's like a blondish brown color. It's just... I guess we don't know what Kinzo looked like when he was younger. But we also don't know what the mother looks like. That's the other thing, too. Because if we knew what the mother looked like, the grandmother, that is, Kinzo's actual wife, I feel like we could start to narrow down a little bit, and we could maybe say, like, oh, you know, following the law of anime, where... You know, if the characters have to, like, look similar to be... The other thing, too, with Ava that I brought up earlier that I don't understand is, like, how is it that Ava has blue eyes in the Ova, like, or in Ava Beatrice or Ava Treese, if you want to call her that? I call her Ova, okay? Because we go way back to episode 3 when I called her Ova. That if you look at Ova, she had blue eyes. Ava does not have blue eyes. Like, I brought this up many times, that if you look at Ava's face... in the younger portrait, it's literally like the Beatrice face. It's like exactly the same. It's just the hair is different. So then the only other thing that I start to wonder is, do we have some discrepancy between the siblings and being born by original Beatrice and not the mother that they thought they all had? Because that's the only other thing that I could think. Because I don't know. It's weird that Rosa has so many run-ins with Beatrice, right? It's weird that in episode 2, whoever human Beatrice is, or if she even does exist in episode 2, which I think she does, but even if she does, it's weird that Rosa lives. It's weird that all the victims in the first Twilight of the second episode have messages towards have messages that are like dedicated towards Maria. It's weird that in my, I think I had it in my notes because it was like the whole Black Witch talking point. Black Witch. That if you're saying it's caused by the Black Witch, and we know that Maria calls Rosa the Black... Oh, it's not on screen for you guys, sorry there. That if we know that Maria calls her the Black Witch, is this not implying that Rosa was the one who caused the break of Mariage Sorcière? And we almost even know that in the game because we saw Sakutaro get killed. And that was like the beginning of the separation between the two. So if we were to follow that and we say, like, okay, Rosa is like the Black Witch, like whether or not she's actually, like, actually is that. Meaning, like, whether or not she's actually... But it's just weird. The fact that there's other people that knew about... Because this is the other thing, too, that's weird, is that, like, and this is another thing that's never mentioned, is, like, the boatman mentions at a certain point that other people knew about the other dock on Kuadorian. And that randomly it stopped one day, which we would then, around 1968, you know, we would wager that that was around the time that, that 67 Beatrice died. And it's like, okay, sure. And Rosa was there when 67 Beatrice died. Like, it starts to paint a more malicious picture, if you want to view it through, like, the magical interpretation, that Rosa is potentially... I don't want to say evil in some way. But, like, I just don't... I don't know, I guess. I don't really know who else it could be. Like, it has to be Rosa when in reference to that, right? Like, I just don't... I also just find it really weird. I mentioned this, that, that they talk to, Did they talk to fucking, what do you call it? Jessica, and they say Milady? But that they also call Beatrice Milady? Like, is that not, like, maybe that's just like, duh, but like, isn't that just like, too on the nose? I don't know. Look. There's something here that we're probably barking up. And there's definitely some fuck shit that's going on. There's some family tree shenanigans stuff. I'm just trying to think how the connection would work. Because I like the idea of Shannon being like a child of the 67 Beatrice. The only thing about that is... they would be cousins, right? Yes. Shannon would just be another one of the cousins. Technically, she just wouldn't know it. Let me read that witch side thing again. Yeah, depending on who she was a child of. You're right. Quiet girl who is always being teased by everyone. But that's because they all love her very much. The trumpet is her specialty. Everyone skips to her lively tone. I'm just trying to think. So Shannon, in my theory, would be a cousin to the siblings, because the trail would be Kinzo. If you would imagine 67 Beatrice, she would be another one of the siblings. And then her kid would be Shannon. The only thing that's weird about this is, again, I don't know how many of the siblings are born to the mother, or I should say the wife of Kinzo versus the OG Beatrice. With how similar Jessica looks, I would imagine that that would mean that Kraus would be a Beatrice kid? Dude, this mystery is so fucking deep. I also love that episode 5 and 6 are just like meta-narrative shit, and I'm like not even getting answers, although I know you guys said that this next episode would be very much more getting answers. The real answer is that Nanjo is the true god villain. I think episode 4's whole thing is that a lot of those characters, like the Chiester sisters and everything, are probably going to be representations. The other thing that's weird is if you view it like these are representations of the siblings, it means that these two are always working together. Because, like, when are these two ever not working together? And then when you look at this, the way that I'm viewing this is that these are related to the siblings in some way, and that 556 would have been Rosa, but I think Rosa became corrupted, if you want to say like the Black Witch angle, if you want to use a magic interpretation. And so, does it say anywhere? Does it say like she's the youngest? Because that would be a really like on the nose thing if it's like, oh, she was the, no, it doesn't say anything about youngest. Because again, like some of these things, the way they, like, if you don't read the rest of these, if you just read the top part where it just describes their personality, it kind of fits some of the siblings. You got like Kraus, you got Ava, you kind of got, well, I think this would actually be more Rudolph, this would be Ava, and then this could be Rosa, but then Rosa's not Rosa anymore. But, and then you have the, I don't know. There's something here, okay? This is like, I have all the ingredients to make a 5-star meal, but my brain is not, I don't have the neuroplasticity required to recall everything and put this together. I also just think it's weird, the whole Beatrice lineage thing. The other thing that's weird about that too, if we talk about Shannon, the scene with Virgilia in the vase that's at the start of episode 3, that's really weird in hindsight, because like Shannon would have to have been at Kuadorian if we think that like the Beatrice of the game, if that's her, but then that's another thing where it doesn't really make sense because that then would have had to have been after 68, and we know there would have been no deliveries to Kuadorian. So then I also don't understand, because then that almost points to it being more one of the people on the island, or like one of the siblings rather. Yeah, I mean, there's so many mysteries like running in parallel at the same time. Like, it's really, really interesting. I love it. It's just, it's really hard to kind of like disentangle like what's important versus, because I guess, again, like I don't want to like circle too much on the same shit because I could just talk myself in circles, and I don't think anybody wants me to sit here for like 3 hours and just like repeat the same like few lines. But I think that Shannon is like Beatrice in the sense of, if you look at like the egg Beatrice from episode 6, like I think that was Shannon. I think it follows with like the spider webs and with the spirit mirror and destroying the shrine. I think all of that lines up with Shannon. But we already know that Beatrice existed prior to Shannon, and it seems like whoever the person was, they identified with Beatrice. Not so much that they literally... Now again, we might find out through like the thing that I was talking about, that Shannon is like a descendant of 67 Beatrice, and so she actually is like related, she's like a cousin. But the only thing about that is, I don't know, there's just some part of me that doesn't, like the start of that episode 3 like doesn't make sense with Shannon. I just like something doesn't, I don't know, something doesn't stick with that. And I don't think Shannon is like evil. Like I don't get that vibe from her. I'm not saying that she couldn't potentially kill, like I think she could, but I don't think she would be someone that would do it like proactively. Like if I look at like Rudolph, right, like I think Rudolph is kind of evil. Just like, I don't know, I get like an evil, he looks like a villain, man. I'm sorry, look at this guy, you can't tell me this guy looks like he's a good man. Like I love Rudolph, okay, he's been like one of my secret favorite characters, but like I don't trust this fucking guy. I think he's up to something. I've said this for like a few like episodes now, that I just don't trust the guy. Like since episode 4, even before episode 4, I had suspicion on. That was a weird way to say suspicion. I've had like an eye on Rudolph, but I think that number one, we have like some weird fuckery going on with like who the parent of all the siblings are. And I'm just trying, the problem I guess here, that why I keep getting stuck, is I'm trying to see how I can make Rosa fit into the theory. I'm trying to see how I can make it make sense that Rosa, because like the obvious insinuation would be that Rosa is not, like Rosa would be actually a child of Kinzo and the older Beatrice. The only reason why it starts to get funky though is we don't know. This is the only thing that's weird, that starts to like mess with my head, I guess. And I don't know if it was mentioned at some point in the game and I just forgot, but I had assumed in my brain that when 67 Beatrice, or I guess I should say in 67, that's the only Beatrice of like her lineage that's alive. So if, again, like I mentioned earlier, if we have OG Beatrice, who was like the one that Kinzo fell in love with, and then 67 Beatrice is the kid of that Beatrice, that it kind of sounds like she was already dead at the point that 67 Beatrice was born, or very close to it. So then I start to ask the question of like, well, how would it be possible that Rosa could be related to that Beatrice? If I want to say that she was like not actually born from Kinzo's wife, but was born from original Beatrice, then it's like, okay, but it feels like there's a timeline discrepancy there, because if 67 Beatrice was already, like, if old Beatrice, like, because this is the thing, when 67 Beatrice dies, we know the deliveries stop. So there's two possibilities there. One, like, both Beatrices had to be dead by that point, or the OG Beatrice was off the island at that point, somehow. And if she was off the island, the theory could still potentially be true, that Rosa was the kid of the older Beatrice. Because then there's kind of a funny angle there if you think about it, that if you view there as only being, because I mentioned this in episode 2, that the letter that was written in the deaths of all the first Twilight victims, it sounded like it was a message from either Beatrice or from Rosa, because it addressed Maria. And now that we're going back and we're saying that the epitaph has something to do with Maria's name because it has Sato in it, and the fact that Rosa is always so insistent about the Ogan no Kyo and the Ogan no Sato distinction, like the fact that they're written differently, like that's a really weird thing. I'm getting more, like I'm talking myself into being more suspicious of Rosa as this goes on. Because the only thing, I want to write this in the theory in the booklet, but like, it makes more sense freeform. So this is my thinking right now. I'm just going to put a few things forward, and then we're going to work on some assumptions based off the prior assumptions. So number one, my first assumption is going to be that Rosa is actually the child of Kinzo and original Beatrice, okay? I don't really know how it would make sense, because I think that the timeline is kind of fucked. What I was saying earlier, that I feel like there's like a discrepancy, is that we know the deliveries to Kuwadorian stopped in 68, which means that after 67 Beatrice died, there was, but that's the only other thing too. Why would they mention 68? It was a year after she died. We know it was 1967. Why would it take a whole fucking year for deliveries to stop to Kuwadorian? Like, were they stockpiling something? Or was it that there was actually somebody that still remained in Kuwadorian? Also, how did Ava get to Kuwadorian at the end of episode 3 as far as the story goes? Now, we don't know if that's necessarily true. We don't know if she actually went to Kuwadorian. But that was the story, that, you know, the whole thing happened on the island, and then Ava was the sole survivor because she went to the Hidden Mansion. But by all accounts, Ava didn't know where the Hidden Mansion was, again, unless the clue of the epitaph leads to it. But again, the fact that they're talking about how village, when I was just looking at the stream earlier, contains the kanji that is contained within Maria's name. I think it's this? It's one of these three. I just don't remember which it is. I want to say it's like the one that looks like a cross. Which even more so if you think about... Wait a minute, pause. There's no way they did a double imagery like this. The fact that this looks like a cross, you have the chapel. The fact that on the second Twilight, there's all the... Sorry, my voice whistled really hard there. The fact that you have the second Twilight victims that die in the chapel, and all of them are letters to Maria. The fact that in that episode, it seems like Rosa was delivered the ring. I'm starting to get more and more sus of Rosa, because like I said, I think that Shannon is Beatrice insofar as what we've learned about with like the one that falls in love with Battler. But if we view Beatrice as like a hereditary title, if she is a daughter of the OG Beatrice, think about it like this, because you have to remember as well, any time that we're hearing a story that is told from one person's perspective, we can't be 100% certain that it's the truth, because of course you're relying, well, you can trust the story as much as you trust the person telling it at that point. And the interesting thing about that is that Rosa talks about how 67 Beatrice fell and died. But in the same way that Natsuhi pushed off or argued that she pushed off the servant in episode 5 talking about the baby, what if we know that Rosa is a kid of the OG Beatrice and she wanted the title because that girl was older than her, right? If Beatrice is like a heretical title, I don't know if that's actually be hereditary. If it's a hereditary title, Rosa would have an impetus to get rid of that old Beatrice to get the title. And then even more so, it would make sense why there's letters that are being sent to Maria that sound like they're composed from Rosa at the end of episode 2. Like, I'll go back to episode 2 right here. At the end of episode 2, or not the end of episode 2, the Twilight victims, and Rosa's the only one that survives the chapel in that instance. We know that. So it could be that the human Beatrice is but I don't think the human Beatrice is a fabrication. And I did mention earlier, Rosa is one of the only people that could potentially welcome, Maria. See, didn't I tell you bellies are full of candy? Everyone has a belly that's filled with sweet dreams. A belly could never be full of disgusting things. That's why we want to be simple and sweet like candy. So this dreamland is for you. Happy Halloween. We know that Rosa was the only one. Also, she went missing. She never technically died. So we don't know what happened to Rosa here. Also, again, we mentioned this earlier. Okay, sorry. I'm starting to cook a little bit too hard in my head, and I'm worried that I might actually be right. The multiple Beatrice theory might be on the table. I'm starting to get really... I'm getting vibes here, because now... Oh my god, wait. This could be the most peak thing of all fucking time if this is correct. I think I double fucked up. I think I was spending too much time looking at Shannon. Shannon is Beatrice, but I don't think she matters. I don't know if she matters at all. Because we mentioned this earlier. Who does she look similar to? She looks similar to Rosa. We mentioned this in a previous stream. Like, it's slightly different. Like, Rosa has her fringe a little bit different, and she has like more of a layered style. But again, we mentioned this, that Hachijo is older now. And whoever it was, if somebody survived on the island, we posited earlier that maybe somebody on the island is Hachijo, because that person faked their death. Follow me on this. We're going to go through the baseline assumptions here. I'm putting this in the notes, I think, but I'll put it in after I'm done thinking this out aloud. If we follow that Kinzo had a kid with OG Beatrice, right? Okay, this is all true so far. That kid is Rosa, but the other kid was 67 Beatrice that Rosa met at Kuwadorian, okay? We don't know how Rosa got to Kuwadorian. We were trusting her story. Maybe she knew how to get to Kuwadorian all along. That part doesn't really matter. What we know is that she got to Kuwadorian, okay? Then, we'd also have to take on and believe the idea that at like 10 years old, that Rosa was like malicious enough that she would be willing to kill 67 Beatrice. And the reason why she would be willing to do it is because the older Beatrice, so the mom of Rosa technically, OG Beatrice, the one that was married to Kinzo, dies. But the problem with that is that because Beatrice is a heretical title, or hereditary, I keep saying heretical. Is heretical a word, actually? One second, I'm going to do a little detour real quick to look up if heretical is a title. Heretical. Nope. It's hereditary. Because Beatrice is a hereditary title, we've learned about this over the course of the game, right? That we heard about how Virgilia passed it on and blah, 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 and everything. So because of that, she couldn't become Beatrice. She wasn't Beatrice. It also could be a double whammy. There's two possibilities. It doesn't even actually matter if Rosa killed 67 Beatrice or not. It could be that 67 Beatrice died due to accident, or it could be more malicious, that Rosa was already, like, if you want to talk about, like, the Black Witch angle, that, and oh my god, it even makes sense from that angle, too, if you think about it, that you had two witches, even in the, not even, like, in the same way that was in episode 6 with the two witches, but that you had two witches, or two Beatri that were born from the original Beatrice, which was 67 Beatrice and Rosa. 8-year age gap or something, I think. Again, it depends, 8 to 10 year age gap. It depends how old the older Beatrice is. We know that Rosa was like somewhere around 10 years old, and I think Beatrice was said to be 18 to 20, the 67 Beatrice. So again, we don't know the whole age gap there, but you could think that there's like two of them and they're two sides of the same coin. You have the good Beatrice, who, when Rosa talked to her, she was mentioning how, oh, this girl's so innocent, you know, she was so sweet, she was so... And then Rosa, I don't know if Rosa directly says, I killed her. I'm going to open up the Connor's VOD archive. I'll open my thing here when I find this. That there is a... I want to know the exact verbiage that Rosa uses when talking about the 67 Beatrice thing. I want to know, because there's part of my mind that remembers her saying, I killed her. Okay, I found the chapter here. It's in episode 3, stream number 2. I'm going to open the transcript here. Let me pop open my display capture here. And we want to search killed. So it shows up 13 times. Yeah, she did say I killed her, bro. She fucking did say I killed her. And maybe it's not just a metaphorical thing. Maybe Rosa is literally in this yo-yo between being like her regular self and actually having, like, you can call it a split personality, or you can call it, again, it depends on your interpretation. You can depend on whether you're saying, oh, Rosa is either literally possessed by like an evil personality. And it's funny because that could be the old way that you view that. Because the old thing back in the day, if you talk about people that, I don't know if I'm like totally right on this, but the thing back in the day was that people who had schizophrenia or who had like mental condition or ailments, they were said to be possessed by demons, right? So you have the idea that you have like this black witch, like this demon, this terrible thing that takes over Rosa. And again, it could be that Rosa is in like this constant push and pull between like being an okay person, being a good person, versus like the evil that is inside of her. Now, it could literally be that Rosa has like schizophrenia, depending on if you want to do like that interpretation. I also don't want to be derogatory to people who have schizophrenia, because it doesn't mean that you're going to be a murderer. But there's two ways you can view this. You can view it as though, like, if we assume this is a possibility, that actually is a thing that's happening with Rosa. But so then, if we go back here, so we follow from earlier, whether it was accident or not, 67 Beatrice dies. Maybe the very fact of 67 Beatrice dying is what causes Rosa to go insane, right? Now, the only thing that's really weird about this is why... I guess the only weird question I would have with this is, like, why Mariage Sorcière was ever a thing that was not, how it was ever not evil the whole time, I guess, if that makes sense. Like, Rosa obviously would have had this like bend. I guess it could be something that like ate away at her over time, because it could be a thing that was similar to Ava, where Ava talked about how her visions and the things that she would see, they got so much worse every time she came back every single year. That could be the same thing with Rosa. That maybe Rosa is like okay for the most part, but when she comes back to the island, it gets to her worse, and maybe it's like every single time that she keeps coming back to the island, it's worse and it's worse and it's worse and it's worse and it's worse. I'm just telling you, man, there is some fucking shit that is going on here with Rosa. And especially now in episode 2, when we look at those episode 2 messages and we know that Rosa had the whole spat with Maria before she even got to the island about Halloween candy, and that's why she was late to get to the fucking airport to leave to Nijima, or whatever it was, or to leave Nijima to then land on the other island and take the boat. It makes even more sense. And then she's the only one that lives in episode 2. And then it makes sense that Ava would kill her in episode 3. It doesn't mean that Ava necessarily needed to know, but it could be a very pragmatic type thing. Like, we know that Rosa also solved the puzzle in episode 2, which could mean that Rosa knows about the epitaph. Rosa could have some knowledge about the epitaph. And again, let's go to the epitaph. It's somewhere here. It'll be in one of the tips. I'm sure, I think it's included in, oh no, it's not in all of them, wow. Okay, we'll go back to the, here. Because if we go back to the tips, it's probably in episode 2. Yeah. That when she was messaging it, or writing it, through my beloved home of old. And then they were talking about like a village, and that Maria had this, and they were saying like, oh, well, it seems really weird. Why would Kinzo ever speak so highly of Maria? Like, he didn't like Maria. He actually hated Maria, right? Like, there's no way that he would ever do that. And this starts to give us more of like an indication that maybe Rosa knows more about the creation of the epitaph to begin with. The epitaph was only created 2 years prior, right? Or at least published 2 years prior. It might have been created longer. We don't know necessarily when it was created. But it was published in the big open entrance hall 2 years prior to the start of, so 84 conference, or about, you know, before plus a little bit. We don't know exactly when it was put up. But it could be that Rosa knows more about it, and then it also could be that that's why Rosa solves it without having to like go to a map, without having to solve anything. It also, Rosa goes to Sapporo with her boyfriend. I mentioned this, that it's really weird that every time Hokkaido gets brought up, the only other time it's been brought up is Rosa going on vacation there. There's some, I don't know if I'm cooking or if I'm burning, but there's something going on here. So let's start putting this into some theory. I don't even want to like touch all of this. I don't. I'll just put another thing down, below this, because like I said, I do want to try and solve these two, the locked room mystery thing. I'll come back to the locked room because I haven't really tried to solve it. The letter mystery, I might just be fucked on. I'll be so honest with you. I think this is like a really, really, really hard mystery. I will try. Maybe at the end of the next episode I'll try. But it's really difficult. I'm going to try and put into words everything that I was just talking about, but it's probably going to be a little bit disjointed and not make sense, but of course. The epitaph is really difficult. I don't want to, the problem with the epitaph is like, let me move this over so it's not blocking the chat. I just don't want to be like sitting here for like 10 years and like, oh, let me try and solve the epitaph. Also, let me go back to the proper game. Because I don't just want to sit here and be like, let me solve the epitaph, and then I just like never can. But, and let me go to the characters just so it doesn't do like a video or something. Okay. So as far as Rosa goes, because even under this exact same scenario, if we were to say that 67 Beatrice had a kid, or however Shannon came to be, if we follow the same theory prior about how Shannon was a kid of 67 Beatrice, it would then follow still that Rosa would still be Beatrice if we follow the theory that we just put forward. Because if it's a hereditary thing... Actually, no, maybe it might not. It might not, because in the same way... Well, I guess it depends how it follows. Because if we were to follow it like how Kinzo's follows, the idea is that if Kraus were to become the head, that Jessica would then be next. It could potentially be... I don't know, regardless. The only other thing about this that's weird, though, is, like, how would the mother not know which of the kids were hers? But then again, then we get back to the whole thing about, like, how would Kiri not know that Battler got swapped? So, like, I'm not gonna... We're just gonna be... This is one of those things where if I had red truth, I would try and say this in red, because I don't know how to prove it. I'm just gonna say that it's true. But that... Because that's the other thing, too, that you remember, right, is that in that stream clip that I opened earlier, Kinzo said that he wanted Maria to be a different name. But that Rosa insisted and still called her Maria, right? So it's weird that, again, like, I don't know kanji well enough to know, like, how you can combine them in such a way to create different meanings. But it's really weird then in that purview that she would force so hard, and that then there would be that overlap of that showing up in the epitaph. I will say, whenever we start episode 7, which I will do a little bit of it, it's probably not going to be very long. It'll be like 2 to 3 hours max. We'll probably do a few chapters, because I am getting kind of tired. But we will start it today, because I think we're basically at the end of where I'm going to be on this. We'll look at like the locked room mystery a little bit, but these two are probably going to be left unanswered without being attempted. Oh, the hiccups. Okay. Hmm. Because I mentioned the thing earlier. Sorry for the not talking while I'm typing. I mentioned the thing earlier about how I think there's some possibility. I mean, it's like no shit because it's in the epitaph that the epitaph is being used to revive Beatrice. And the idea for Shannon would be that if that Beatrice is her other half, that it would be a way to like reunite Beatrice and make her whole again. But it could also be for anybody else who finds the gold as a way to have that united with themselves. So it could be for Rosa that this paints like an implication that she wants to become the Beatrice and then finding the gold will make her that. The only thing is, the end of episode 4 Red statements about like Beatrice's role is really difficult. The only thing is, it does kind of make sense. I don't know if there was ever a confirmation that Beatrice wrote the epitaph. I don't think there was. There could have been though. But it would make sense if the Beatrice that we're talking to in the meta sense is talking about, especially like the Beatrice that's more like calm and more like friendly, if that one is more like Shannon. And then it could make sense that the more evil interpretations are like Rosa. Like I don't know if Beatrice is necessarily just one character, I guess. There's multiple Beatrice that could potentially be. Because, well, but the only thing is, you would think it would be in episode 3. Would be like the true timeline, because that's the one where, I shouldn't say the true timeline, but episode 3 is the one where Angie meets with Hachijo. Assuming that's still the same Angie. And that because of that, then you're sitting there and wondering, like, okay, well, how would Rosa have survived and faked her death? Welcome back. I gotta take out my sweater here in a second. It's fucking hot down here. I'm just doing like Omega Big Theory stream because we're getting to the point in the game where like all the questions are going to be answered. So it's kind of like it's like the 11:55 deadline or the 11:59 deadline is coming in, and it's 11:50, and I'm just trying to cram in as much as I can before I actually progress. Except the deadline is whenever I set it because it's whenever I continue. But yeah, I'm just trying to like I'm putting together some theories about some big overarching things because the game is starting to come to a close. Okay, I'm trying to think. I don't know if there's a whole lot. I guess we could do the locked room thing now. Because I don't really know if there's anything that's like... Oh, I did not mean to close that. I don't know if there's anything left, I guess. Yeah. Why am I stroking out on what it is that I want to search? I'm literally... What the fuck were we just about to search up? Oh, the red statements. Here. And I'll wait because the screen likes to jump here for some reason. There it is. Okay. So we're going for... Alliance. Nope. Some of these red statements look slightly different than what I'm seeing. I wonder if these are like more, like better translations of a thing. Because it seems like they are. Because it looks like their wording is like slightly different. Let me take my sweater off 1 sec. I gotta stand up for this. Ugh. Oh, Jesus. And now get ready for in like 30 minutes. I'm like, oh my god, I'm a little bit cold. I'm gonna put these back on. But for the time being, I'll take it off. Okay. This is all third game shit. Because this is the thing, right? Regarding the first game, like guaranteeing the identities of all unidentified corpses, like this is a good thing to say, but again, like that's unidentified corpses. This kind of just passes the buck on to me asking, like, were those people really dead? Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanjo aren't killers. It wasn't a trap. It was a real, yeah, because I had the idea. The 6 were killed in the chapel. Yeah, see, this is the other thing too. This really implicates Rosa. Oh, yeah, that was the other thing in the notes here. Okay. There's an exception clause in the original, but for this game, the detective isn't the culprit. It's been proclaimed in bread, so you don't need to consider this the exception. Okay. See, yeah, this is the stuff that's the most, like, annoying, is this whole section here, because it starts to cut away so many potential theories about who this person is referencing, right? Because when it says, like, this child has nothing to gain from having someone solve the epitaph, and it's, like, talking about Virgilia. It's like, well, that doesn't really mean much, because, again, if we're under the operation that there's, like, multiple witches, maybe not multiple Beatrice, but, like, multiple witches, that maybe, like, if Rosa is, like, the black witch that isn't Beatrice, well, you know, that would mean that, like, this could be in reference to, like, Shannon, but that doesn't really mean anything, I guess. The gold of the Golden Land belongs to her, sure. Is it solved or not? The child stands again. Because it could all make sense if Shannon is the literal... Because it almost makes sense, too, if you view it in that lens. Because Shannon would have had to have been alive. Because, again, or the kid would have had to have been in the belly of 67 Beatrice when she died. I'm pretty sure that Shannon would have technically been the heir. Which would mean that because she was Beatrice, the gold belonged to her, but she didn't necessarily need to know where the gold was. And then the epitaph could have been written by someone else all along. What I was saying originally, at least from like a meta level perspective, that the person that wrote the epitaph was trying to find the gold and have other people find it for themselves. Initially, I posited that it was Krauss and Natsui that was doing it, but it could have been that somebody else was doing it. The only question then, behind all of this, is how the fuck, if it was Rosa, how she got behind it. Like, there seems to be... I don't know. And then the other thing with, like, Rosa, like, if Rosa was the one that, like, wrote the message bottle forgeries, and she is, like, Hachijo, if you want to do that whole, like, connection, the only thing that's weird about that is it doesn't feel like it lines up, because the idea would be that the person had access to the island before the game started. Is there somebody that's working in concert with Rosa if Rosa is, like, the Omega culprit? And again, like what I was saying earlier, I don't know if we know that it's the same culprit in every single episode. This just gives us more of some background on her. And then, but this is the thing though, because it says she never committed murder for the sake of pleasure. Because now it's starting to get to the fact that maybe she might be talking about, I don't know. There's some weird fuckery. We got some things going on. Okay, regardless. God, this is such a stand back. Blah 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 blah. Wait, this seems like this is at a. Was this in episode 5? I thought this was at the end of episode 4. I guess I was wrong. I don't really care about any of these. Oh god, this is all the knock, dude. Look, let's try and cut our teeth on the knock again. So, before the conference, I'm going to turn the game audio down a lot because it's quite loud for me. Before the family conference, Erica, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa left the mansion and moved to the guest house. So, before the conference, okay. I'm going to move this to the side on my side monitor here just so I can write these down as we go, and I'll bring this back over in a second. Erica, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, we're outside mansion at conference start. Okay. Of those who remained, okay, KNG were in the corridor. Everyone else. See, this is weird again. We have another everyone else mention, right? That's a really weird thing. All others. Well, it doesn't say everyone else. It says all others. So this is going to be another... Well, the thing is, like, it doesn't necessarily matter too much because it captures everybody's names. But again, now when we see the mystery thing that unraveled with, like... They were talking about, like, oh, does Canon have, like, the same name as somebody in the other room? Like, as far as, like, the locked room thing. Then it makes you wonder... Hey, there could be some fuckery with some names here. So I'm going to put this in the notes. Again, I know you guys can't see this because it's on my side monitor. But let me fill this out. In parentheses, all others is a weird word choice here. Reminds me of the same thing that happened in the locked room mystery at the end of Ep 6. Just of note. So we'll see if that comes back. Not a single person in the dining hall. So it's, again, it's weird that she altered her statement here. So let's just, I'm going to write all these down in the thing. KNG didn't touch the letter. Not a single person, there's similar to say it, among all those inside the mansion at 2400. No one in mansion at midnight placed that letter. So again, this seems to implicate one of the people in the guest house group. Okay, so that's all part of the letter shit. KNG didn't knock. And then in brackets, I should put here, this includes all possible ways knock could be interpreted. Or I should say that knocking could be done. Limited meaning of them knocking on the door. It means they didn't use a pillar, transmit any sound, push a play button on a cassette tape they'd recorded, or create a knock sound by any means. Of course, this applies to direct, blah, blah, blah. Let it be known that at midnight, except for Krus, Natsu, and Genji in the second floor corridor and all the people in the dining hall, no humans. See, this is weird, okay? It's weird again to make this distinction. I'm going to look in my notes real quick because I don't remember it reading like that. I remember it reading slightly different. It has to be after this. Okay. Did not even touch. No one in the mansion placed the letter. All conceivable possibilities. Because again, notice here the difference in word usage. Among all those inside the mansion at midnight. But then, no other humans. It does say no other humans. Wow. I didn't catch that. That's really weird. In the dining hall, right? This is just like a hard red statement to break, though. This is like a very weird... Because again, when you read the direct verbiage of the statement, except KNG, in the second floor corridor, and all of the people in the dining hall, no humans existed inside the mansion. Because if we go by the whole counting error thing that we were talking about before, you would say that furniture aren't human. So would that not be the discrepancy? I'll put this here. I don't know if I'm like staring too much or something, or maybe I need to put my glasses on, but like I just gotta put my glasses on. In addition, KNG and none of those in the dining hall. Because see, now this is interesting, right? Because now they're saying that none of them knocked anyways. Because now it's not saying no human knocked. You're saying none of those in the dining hall. Okay. Impossible for any character within the mansion to be the source of a knocking sound. Why is that capitalized? Influence anything after the family conference began. That just means that they could have set it up in such a way. Because the thing that breaks this here is that it was pretty easy to come to the solution midway playing through that it was like, well, one of the people that was outside the mansion okay. Any character within the mansion. Yeah. And again, it's weird here that I mentioned that it says in front of a door. It doesn't specify the door to the dining hall. And it's also weird that they exclude these. I think the conference started at like 10 p.m. or something. Hmm. It's also weird that this is like a stipulation that you have to make where you say unobserved people or people that you didn't notice. Like, no shit, that's what unobserved means. But like, why would you caveat it like that? It's very odd. I don't know. This is such a hard fucking mystery. It's like I've had the red statements for a while, and it's just nothing is really clicking here. Because, like, the way that it reads for the letter part, the letter isn't really the interesting part of this mystery, at least to me. Because the letter could have been set up, even with, like, the Nox Decalogue thing, like, I don't really give a fuck about that, but, like, this letter could have been set up in such a way by somebody outside the guest group. The question that I'm getting is what they say, like, the influence after the start. But the thing is, like, when it says influence after the start of the mansion, that doesn't mean that they couldn't have influence before the start of the conference. I probably will come back to it. I'm imagining that's going to be the same thing as this. So right now we got the epitaph and then letter mystery. I'll separate these out here, actually. But I'll keep these statements because these are fine, but there's something going on here. And then locked room mystery for episode 6. This is all, yeah. Okay. Okay. So yeah, there's no hidden passages here. Confirmed his presence. Okay, so. Okay. 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 God, my eyes are like burning. I keep my glasses on. Okay. Okay, so the big question here about this, so okay. So the cousins now. And this was like the kind of cop out that they used. Okay. Okay. At the time the next room over was sealed, Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, and Nanja were in it. The number of people in the next room over was 5. Sorry, I gotta sit up. Ugh. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. The game ended while I was inside the guest room, so I didn't. Sorry for being quiet here. I'm just reading all of this. The game ended while I was inside the guest room, so I did not undo the chain lock that I had previously set. Okay, so it can't be that he escaped behind my back after I left the room, meaning the guest room section. Furthermore, the chain lock was set at the same time I entered the room. No one could have left the room during the few seconds between the time I entered and the time I set the chain lock. Okay, yeah, that's fine. The guest room was sealed at the time that Battler's corpse was examined, so until I came again and broke the seals, it was impossible for anyone to go in or out. Therefore, when I entered the room, it was certain that Battler was hiding somewhere. Okay. Okay. The problem is this last red statement here. Because my initial statement... Because the way that I was initially thinking about this after the stuff that we talked about today was that if you look at the people that were in the next room over, right? So if we assume that it was somebody from the next room over who left, so one of these people, the way that they posed it in the game to that point was that somebody in here had the same name as Canon. But that was when they hit us with the all people can only use their own names. But this is an interesting quirk of this, is that as far as I'm aware, let me check the game real quick, we refer to everybody because of the last names by their first name, right? Because if not, like half these people would be operating under the same last name. So the only thing that I'm wondering, and if you notice, of course, there's only 2 characters in this whole fucking game that don't have last names. And then with the whole end of episode 6 where it was talking about one of them becoming whole, and the fact that Canon was like effectively dead, the way that they posed it at the end of that episode, the only thing I'm wondering is if there is some discrepancy between the usage of the names, if that makes sense. Because Canon was in the other room. Canon was in the cousin's room. I should also put that somewhere here. So what I'm going to posit here, we know... The only thing that makes sense to me here, but it doesn't really make sense, because I think Canon is younger than Shannon. Because the one thing earlier about how it can never be like one or the other for the 2 siblings, if you want to call them siblings, but they're not really, is that if one of them... Look, I'll just say what I was going to say. Is that my theory is going to be, because we've never had the name of Shannon and Canon, the only other person, because nobody other than Nanjo could use the name Nanjo, nobody could use the name George other than George, etc. This is true for everybody's first name, but this isn't necessarily true for somebody's last name. Like, for instance, let's say that we were referring to a crime on the island, we were to say, like, oh, Ushiramiya did it. And we didn't give a first name. And it's like, well, that's sort of a nothing burger. Like, that doesn't mean anything. Okay, thank you. Like, over 2/3 of the island could have committed the crime. And what my point is on that is that we know that Canon's real name is Yoshia, and we know that Shannon's real name is Seo, but we don't know anything about their last name. The only thing that I'm wondering is if the exact same example that I just gave here, where these people all have Ushiramiya, right, that if there is some possibility that these 2 are actually siblings, not just in the sense of like they have fake names, right? Like, we know that. It's not their real names. But the only thing I'm wondering is if they have some relation. They call themselves siblings. Like, is it possible that at the foster home, they were actually siblings with each other? Because if they were at the gospel house, which I kept calling the heritage house, and now that I go back, I'm going to go through all the fucking VODs and see that I was calling it the heritage house. Oh. But the interesting thing about this is Again, it's fucking really suspicious that every other character in the game, I mean, for half these characters it's not too interesting, but that every other character in the game has, sorry, I'm stumbling my words. We have a first name, last name, right? We don't for these two, because they're given names in the sense that these people aren't operating under their real names. We already know they weren't operating under their real names. And I had a suspicion earlier on in the game, and I think I said it in a stream, you'll have to go back and find it, that I was wondering if any of the red statements that were in reference to Canon and Shannon were not actually, like, binding necessarily, because it wasn't their real names. So I joked at a certain point that, like, well, maybe they could do something, and they could make statements that wouldn't refer to them, and in a weird way, they could get around it because it doesn't say Sayo, it says Shannon. And Shannon's kind of like a fake name. It's not a real name. But when they added like the stipulation in this where it's like, well, everybody can refer to their own names. It's like, okay, well, no, still would apply. But the only thing about this is you could technically be a little bit more particular. So let's imagine that it was Shannon, right? That Shannon was the one. Because if we go in the next room, right? Shannon was in the next room. We know that Canon was in the cousin's room, and the cousin's room was perfectly sealed. If this room is perfectly sealed, there's no way that Canon ever got out. And then the only way that the other red statements can work where they say that Canon was the one that saved him, because this is the part that doesn't make sense, right? It says Canon doesn't exist in any part of the guest room. Well, the thing that's confusing about that is we know that somebody would have had to have swapped. And again, this statement here doesn't say people can only use their own first names. It says their own names. And like I mentioned earlier, it would be of no utility to say, like, oh, Ushira Miya did it, because you're not, like, narrowing anything down, You have, like, how many people is it? 3, 6, 9, 11, almost 12 if you count Kenzo, but 11 people out of 18, well, actually 16 if you want to do the technical, but 17 if we want to talk about, like, entities, if we're doing a stupid fucking counting error meme, that of 17 people, like, it would mean nothing. Okay, great. Like, thank you. Like, 2/3 of the island could be the killer at any time. But we don't know. If this said... The problem is... I feel like I'm copping out, but to be fair, all red statements are like cop-outs. My thinking right now is that Shannon and Canon are actual siblings. Wherever they were at the gospel house. Like, let's say that they were from a foster family. And... like, they were taken away from, like, the only thing is it doesn't really make sense with how would Canon be a sibling of Shannon following the earlier theory about her being... then we'd have to add a whole nother person. Regardless, look, we're gonna treat them as separate for the time being. I understand that we have created a logic error with my own theory, okay? I understand it doesn't line up, I'm aware. But if we follow this right now, the only way I can see that we break this locked room mystery is we know somebody would have had to have swapped, right? There's no way that somebody didn't swap. And then when you look at this, only Canon entered the guest room. The only thing that's weird about this is... this is where it gets weird, though. The only reason why I feel like this theory starts to break is when it says, like, Canon. Like, because Canon can't refer to Shannon. And Shannon can't refer to Canon. The only thing I'm wondering is if they actually are going to get to the point where they're going to say, like, oh, like, if they're going to do the meme that I was thinking of way earlier in the game, where the servants' names don't actually matter for these two because it's not their real names. The only problem with that theory is that if I believe in that, I'd have to go back, like, fuck, through every damn episode. Because there would be times where, if they didn't, well, I know, they've never said Sayo or Yoshia in red. Because when it says, like, people can only use their own names, that means that nobody could use Canon as a name, but Canon might not be, like, a name that means anything, right? Like, for instance, let's say, like, I'm trying to think of a really stupid analogy here. The analogy would be something like, let's say that do we have any... Ooh, I don't want to control F on this because... if I remember, I don't think... what I was going to control F is for aliases, but the only thing I'm worried about is if in this next section it says something about aliases and then it'll be a spoiler. So I'm not going to go down. But the interesting thing about this is if we run with that idea that the red statements, when they mention Shannon and Canon in the past, don't actually refer to them, because I think that's the only other way that it means anything, because then you could just say that Canon is gibberish, right? Like, this doesn't mean anything. But the only thing that's weird is that Canon is still referring to the person. And again, it's weird when she then does this and she says, oh, like 3 bodies. All people can only use their own names. Because that's the other thing, right? Like, Canon, like, it is his name, but it isn't. So I don't, like, what does it mean, their own names? Because my other theory was going to be, let's say, I don't even know why I'm saying this, because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense with half the shit. Like, there's so much shit in the game that I would have to doubt up to this point if I follow this theory. My theory would be, if you follow me on this, that if Canon has... If we say that red statements involving Shannon and Canon don't mean anything. So, like, if we go up here, any time that Shannon or Canon was mentioned, it actually doesn't mean anything because it wasn't saying Seo and it wasn't saying Yoshia. And because of that, if we're to follow that, this also be like Canon did not, like, for instance, like Canon did not die in an accident. Then this statement automatically doesn't mean anything, right? And that could be the case. But I would have to go back through here and see if there's any statements that disprove this theory, that put it in such a way that you could nail him on it. Regardless, I'll say what my theory was in my head, although I don't think it's right, is that let's say that those theories, that any red statement that reference Shannon or Canon prior to this point in the game, they were actually all false. Because it's not their real name. We know their real name. It's Seo and Yoshia. And that the actual reasoning behind this, and the way that it would work, is that all people can only use their own names. Let's say that these two are actually related to each other in some way. Like, they got taken from the same family and went to the gospel house or whatever, right? And again, I know that also creates like a thing that doesn't make sense with my theory about Shannon being the daughter of 67 Beatrice, but regardless, just follow me with this. That, let's say that their last name was like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of like a very... Their last name was Smith, okay? They have a very straightforward, like, American last name. So we had Seo Smith and we had Yoshia Smith, okay? The idea would be in this, that because canon doesn't refer to anything, that those two, because they share a part of their name, because this was a theory that was put forward by some of the other characters in the game earlier, because they were saying, like, the reason why there's the red statement that is down here somewhere, where it... I'm just trying to make sure I don't go too far. Okay. That... all these statements would, like, mean nothing, right? Like, they don't mean anything. But in reality, when she says 3 bodies, well, it still refers to someone. And the reason how this would all work is that Shannon was actually acting. It wasn't Canon that swapped places with Thing. All people can only use their own names, but if Shannon and Canon share a part of their name, they could. So if they share the last name Smith, like I said, then you can have something that works that way. The only part of this that starts to break is that then I would have to go back and see if there's any other red statements that kind of, like, put a nail through this theory, and like, if it specifically references, like, Shannon or Canon in such a way such that it couldn't be anyone else. Otherwise, what this means is that through the course of the whole game to this point, anything that says Shannon or Canon is, like, entirely bullshit. And it just doesn't mean anything at all. Which could be true. Like here, for when it says, like, Canon was killed in this room. Like, this doesn't necessarily mean anything. And that the part of me thinks that, like, this theory has to be wrong. Because we're going back so far to, like, rewrite parts of this, you know? Why is that not... Okay, I don't know why that's not undoing. There's so much shit that it becomes useless. But this is, like, the only current way that I have of thinking that somehow there's only... If they say that Canon saved Battler, because this is the thing, right? Normally, I would say it could be anybody else, but the fact that there is these red statements that say that Canon was the one that saved Battler, it means that there has to be someone there has to be somebody that shares a part of Canon's name such that he could sneak, or I guess in this case it would be Shannon, because it would have to be somebody in this room. The only foreshadowing I can think of is just the fact that they didn't use their names and that they said they're siblings. And the fact that they say they're siblings, the fact that they say they're not human. Because this is the other thing too, right? Like, again, this is also really weird, right? No life forms other than humans have any connections to the game. There's no more than 18 humans on this island. Like, if we follow these two statements, these seem like they kind of bunk this theory too. The only part of this would say that, like, this would mean that Canon and Shannon don't actually have anything to do with this game. And then that's when I get into the whole theory of going back up to the whole fucking Sixth Sense thing, because then the only thing that would be possible is if Canon didn't exist, if Canon wasn't a real person. But then there's, like, so many scenes that are present. I guess we could just view it as, like, a magical interpretation in the same way that there's scenes where people interact with Beatrice. Because this would be the only other way I can think that... But even if Canon doesn't exist, there's still somebody that saved him. Or saved Thing. Is this a theory? Like, is this going to be something that I'll be able to theorize past this episode, or will I not be able to? Because I know you said for the letter one that it's kind of like I'll be able to come back to it. Is this something I'll be able to come back to, or not really? Will it be kind of answered? I should open up the Nox things. You're right, though. It will be answered in 7? Fuck. Okay. Because we know there's no hidden passages. It's forbidden for accident or unaccountable intuition. It's forbidden for the detective to be the culprit, for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Because this is the thing, they're permitted to put forward their own conclusions and interpretations. The whole deal with Canon, okay. It is forbidden for a character to disguise themselves as another without any clues. Because there's some fuckery that's going on with Canon. There's like one of two things. Because we have the whole counting error problem. And the way that I was looking at it in the last game is there's like two interpretations. If we view it as though Shannon became whole at the end of the last game, there's two ways to interpret it in that... The only thing is, like, then it would almost imply that Jessica is Beatrice again, and then I start to doubt my thing, but I feel like there's so many things that point to Shannon being the OG Beatrice, but like I said as well, then later, I'm not surprised if there's multiple people that could be acting as Beatrice, but, something stinks here. My point being earlier that I said there was like a counting error, right? That like the furniture is counted as a half. It almost seems like Canon doesn't exist. Because that's the other thing that would solve this, is the Sixth Sense thing. It's like Canon doesn't exist. But Canon is in so many scenes. The only thing is we would say, like, is that just a magical presentation that's put forward, such that Canon doesn't actually exist and we're made to believe he does the entire time and Shannon is actually the only one that's present? Or are we to view it at the end of the game that in that last chapter... It's just weird to me that Shannon wins the duel and becomes whole. I don't know if that's supposed to mean that it was like, oh, Shannon became whole in that episode, or if the insinuation is that Shannon was actually whole the entire time. And again, like, the whole reference to, like, bringing up humans, but then it was just in that one statement in, I don't even remember where it was, but it excluded anything other than humans. No life forms other than humans have any connections to this game. Now mention, this does say this game, that could be this board though. Canon does appear as an apparition, like, multiple times in this too. This isn't the first time. I think he's one of the only characters. Him and Jessica appeared as, like, apparitions at a certain point. So that only regards that game. There's something that's going on with Canon and Shannon. I don't know if it means... Because the whole furniture meme is like something that's difficult to disentangle with these two. The fact that they constantly refer to themselves, well, more so Canon, refers to himself as not being human and wanting to be human. And that Shannon doesn't really seem to share that same view. It's also weird when you look at this when it says, like, a young but experienced, she's normally calm and performs her. Furthermore, Shannon is nothing more than a pseudonym that she uses when on duty, not her real name. We already know this. And then this is... There are several other servants with on character in their pseudonyms. He and Shannon just happen to be the ones on duty that day. This is definitely also not a coincidence. But then when we look at the whole Chester thing, there's like a few of them who... Meticulous and timid and is fairly paranoid. This sounds like now I'm talking about Shannon. Because like so much of that sounds like Shannon. Extremely meticulous. We learned in an earlier thing when she was like dusting. That it was like, oh, she gets in trouble for doing her job so slow from Natsui. Like Natsui's cruel to her because she's so particular about how she does things. It's also interesting that these two, notice these two are in contract with Beatrice, but it doesn't say that for these two. It does not mention that for these two, but these two are mentioned to be in a contract with Beatrice, and we know that both of them serve. The only thing is, I feel like this doesn't really... fit, because if anything, teasing serious and uptight people, like, if anything, Canon would be the serious uptight one. Regardless, there's something going on with this. My initial theory was that Shannon was the one that actually saved, and that there's some fuckery that's going on with Canon's name, but like I said, it just doesn't seem like it fits. The other thing is if Canon... The only other thing I can think is it's still the same thing that it would be Shannon, and it's the same thing... So there's two possibilities here in my mind. I think Shannon had to be the one that saved him, because she would be the only one that could potentially share a part of the name with Canon, which was something that was floated before the thing. I think they used George as an example in the episode. And when they're saying they can only use their own names, sure. The only thing I'm wondering is if any red statements with Shannon and Canon don't apply because they're not using their actual real name, they're using a pseudonym. We've known for a long time these are pseudonyms, and we know what their real names are, but we don't know what their last names are. We know the last name and first name of every other character, assuming that it is true as they are presented to us. So my theory would be that Shannon was the one that actually saved Battler. It would also be kind of symbolic in the idea that if Shannon actually is Beatrice, it would literally be Beatrice saving Battler to revive Beatrice, which would be kind of funny. But the other thing about that that's really weird is that there's two possibilities. Either that, one, there's that discrepancy, or that exact same thing happened but Canon also didn't exist. Like, there's two ways that you can view it. I find it a lot harder to bite. I can maybe bite onto the idea that any red statements that were done in reference to Canon and Shannon don't necessarily work, and that whatever this Canon name is referring to like, you know, Yoshia Smith, you know, whatever his real name is, and that since all people can only use their own names, if Shannon and him share that part of their name, well, since this isn't referencing Canon, it's referencing like the individual, right? And specifically because I remember earlier, and this was something that kind of got stuck in my head, there was at some point somebody asked Beatrice about aliases, and she refused to give an affirmative. And the more and more I think about this, even though I think that Shannon is Beatrice, I don't know, it's just so weird. I don't know if it's the same as Shannon. It just doesn't, it almost feels more like, but it doesn't make sense. Sorry, I'm playing with a cap here. It just doesn't make sense at the same time. Because it feels like the meta Beatrice that we've been talking to, like, if it's not Shannon... Or sorry, oh, I have my mic key on Discord mute. I thought I muted myself on thing. If it's not Shannon... The only other person it would be following everything else we've done would be Rosa, but then, like, a lot of the love angle seems kind of odd. The only thing could be is if it's, like, the same thing how Rosa gets corrupted by the Black Witch, like, is Beatrice also corrupted? The other thing, too, is it could be that the Beatrice of the board is Shannon, but, like, the entity of Beatrice that you're talking to, that could be, like, the thing that, that we saw in that big passage at the end of episode 6 where it was like the love was passed on. So like the thing that Battler is talking to like kind of doesn't really exist. Like if we follow from earlier with the theory that I made about Beatrice being Shannon, the part of Shannon that was in love with Battler is not her anymore. It's a different part of her, right? It was a part that was her, and the idea was she allowed it to become manifest, to become its own thing, become its own person, to add like a personality to like the legend of the Witch of the Island. So Battler is kind of just in love with like a portrait. He's in love with like a legend. He's in love with a part of Shannon that is not a part of her anymore because now she's married to the fucking diaper sniper. So now it could make sense that Battler has just been interacting with kind of like a spirit, which could also be another reason why she like wants the game to keep going, because it could potentially be that if that gets found out, that like she goes away. Like denying magic would be denying Beatrice. So then like part of like the scheme would be that Battler gets to a position where he doesn't deny Beatrice because he doesn't want the game to end, so that he stays with Beatrice. But because the Beatrice that he likes is like a person that doesn't exist. It refers to a part of Shannon that's from a time that is not now. I don't know. Like I was saying, I can bite to the idea of this maybe not referring to canon, but referring to the actual individual, because then this point still applies, because him and Shannon, they would still share a part of their name, so she could still do this. The same thing could still apply with it being Shannon, just that like canon does not exist in the game. Like maybe he never existed at all, or maybe this is a similar to like Kiri and Battler situation, where Asumu was actually the one that had the miscarriage, right? And Battler was the one that got swapped. It could be like the same idea that maybe canon did actually exist, in the sense that like whoever Shannon and Canon's parents are, if they are actually siblings. It's weird though, because it was foreshadowed early in the game that, and I don't know if it was like confirmed, but I don't think they said they were actual siblings. They just acted as such because they were like around the same age and they like came, but like let's just assume they're siblings, because again, I mean, I'm doing like a lot of assumptions. This theory is like it's on a thread right now, okay? It's barely surviving. That'd be the only way. I just don't see, I don't see any other way. Obviously, of course, there could be other ways, just that I don't perceive, but using, like, the info I have, it couldn't have been anybody that was in the other room, so it had to be one of these people. But all these people have names that referred to that there couldn't be any swap with. The only person there could be some wiggle room is this whole last name theory that I have with Shannon. And so then it comes down to the fact, like, when did because canon, the way that it was described too, was that canon died in the other room, and that Shannon, the way they described it was that like 2 parts became whole. So the only thing that I'm wondering is it like the half soul of a furniture and the half soul of the other furniture can combine to make one, and then is the idea that like she and canon were kind of like one thing at that point. So then she could technically operate under the name of canon, because we had that theory really early on when we were talking about the inheritance of Kinzo's name, and the whole thing with Kinzo's name was that we thought there was like some name inheritance. But now it kind of seems to be that like it could technically have been the same thing, because they said sort of the same shit with canon. There was like a scene earlier with canon where like no one would misidentify canon, no one would misidentify Kinzo. But again, now if we buck to the idea that, like, well, Canon and Shannon might not actually refer to anything, like those are useless statements, they're vapid, they contain no info that means anything to anybody. I don't want to say that there could be, like, a canon, like, name heredity? Heredity? I know I'm having a stroke. Inheritance. There could be, like, an inheritance of his name, but why would that go to Shannon? I don't get that part. Like, they're siblings, I guess, but potentially not at the same time. I don't fucking know. But, I mean, my current theory is going to be that, which we'll put down here, I don't think is right. Can't fucking type. Because the other thing with episode 5 is all the statements from episode 5 are a lot more like, they don't ever refer to like canon, like in this thing, like they say anyone or everyone, right? So like it's still a catch-all, so that's a little bit. That's the best I got for this. The only reason why it's different for the Ushiromiyas, what I was saying earlier, is that every other character in the game, one, we don't refer to them. There's never been a red statement that said like an Ushiramiya did this, and anytime there's a red statement, it only refers to the first name. But the first names are unique to everybody as far as we're aware. Like nobody here has a first name. We have no reason to believe that there's a lie. These are the only two characters that are presented as only first names. So that's the only reason why I would say, technically you could say, but that's what I was saying earlier, that if you gave a red statement that said like, Ushiramiya killed Kanon, or that's not a good example, killed Nanjo, it wouldn't really mean anything, because there's like 11 people that could refer to. So they refer to the first name because it means something. But with these two people, these are pseudonyms. We assume these are all these people's real names, because we've never got a confirmation that people aren't acting under aliases, as far as I remember. Because it's not really a specialty of the fact that they share a part of their name that they could act as. Because as far as I'm aware in the red statements, they never refer to the Ushiromiyas by their last names. In this sense, the only reason why this works is because we only have a first name, and if the first name is fake, then it's not referring to anything at all. And every other red statement refers to the first names of these people. I mean, don't get me wrong, I can see what you're saying, I can see how it could be used. But every other red statement regarding everybody else in the game uses their first name. Like this uses Genji. I mean, even with these two, it uses these first names, which don't really potentially mean anything. The only question is if this would apply the entire time. Again, the other possibility would be that the red statements do apply correctly, but that like the canon is not existent the whole time. That would be the only other possibility for this statement, is that if we do comp to the idea, which I'll put this here, if we... The only thing is then I don't know how... Well, but then that could mean that it could have been any of the 5. It could have been any of these people. Right? Because if canon didn't exist... Is it 2? No, it's just 1, yeah. This is like, these are the 3 possibilities, okay? Sorry. So, we have 3 kind of things that could explain. I think it's most likely just the relation between these two. I would wager it was Shannon that did it, but if we follow this, we have the whole thing that I just talked about, how maybe because it's not referring to their real names, it doesn't count. The other thing here is that if Cannon didn't exist at all, like mentioned earlier, then any of the 5 people that were in the other room could potentially pose as him, since the red statements referencing him in particular mean nothing at all. There's like the same thing that happened with Kinzo. Like we had a bunch of red statements, for instance, at the end of episode 5, where it was like, oh, if an alive Kinzo was anywhere, he was inside Natsui's bed. And it's like, okay, well that doesn't mean anything because Kinzo's not alive. So it's like the red statement is like technically true, but because there's no alive Kinzo, we know it's not. I think like the best way in my mind that I view the red statements is that the red statements are things that, fuck, there used to be I'm not going to remember my grade 12 philosophy class shit on this. There's like some things about like being sound versus being valid. And I don't want to say a flawless argument, but a proper argument is both sound and valid. And I just don't remember which is which, but one of them, it's like you have statements that are technically true. I think it's valid that you could say like, A is equal to B is equal to C. And that's a statement that follows, like you can understand it. And then the final statement would be like, so if A then C, because A equals equal to C. But then the question would be that if you could prove in some way that it's not sound, meaning that A actually doesn't equal B, well then the final statement isn't true. But you're not really like attacking the claim, you're sort of like fudging the I don't know how to word this. Let me try and formalize this better in my head. So if A is equal to B is equal to C, then you would say A is equal to C. That is a valid argument. It follows. There's no way that you can deny that statement with the truth that's given. So it's an if-then statement. However, if you attack the if statement and you say, well, I don't think A actually can equal B, well, then A can't equal C. So now if it was true that A is equal to B and B is equal to C, then A is equal to C. That is a valid and sound argument. Don't know why I'm going back to grade 12 philosophy. To circle back to this, what I mean is that all red truth statements that are given are valid, but it doesn't technically mean they're sound, or I guess if you wanted to use it in a different way, you could say they're not true. They all like have a nugget, or they could potentially be, but they're never guaranteed to be truth unless, we have, I don't know, I would say like a bunch of things to support it, such that it would qualify as being sound. But we've seen how they played with red statements. The last thing here is that was mentioned early on, I believe it was episode 4 or 3, it was one of the two, I think it's actually 3, but it was mentioned in the Tea Party of 4, is that there could be some heredity of Cannon's name, and that if we're talking about the two parts becoming one thing in the duel being more literal, that if Cannon died, Shannon potentially could have taken on his identity, and then Shannon could have saved him, and then the name would technically apply. But the only thing that's weird about this is like, how the fuck did Cannon die in the cousin's room while it was sealed, right? Because we know nothing happened in the cousin's room. And do we find a way that I can't execute him either? Can I execute anybody here? Oh god. Oh yes, because these two died. I was like, why were you able to... Rokenjima explosion? What the fuck? The fuck do you mean Rokenjima explosion? Is it a fucking volcano? Is it like a dormant, like hotspot volcano? Rokinjima explosion. Explosion? Did somebody rig this motherfucker to blow? Or is it a volcano? What the fuck is this? The other thing too, I don't think we know where Rokinjima is in Japan. I think it's somewhere near Tokyo. I want to say they said. Because I think there was something about it being under the Tokyo municipality. Oh my god, this makes so much more difficult. To me, it feels like it would be a natural thing. Because when you say, like... When you say accident, that sort of implies that it wasn't... I'm thinking, like, Halifax explosion. But maybe this is just because I'm Canadian. Because the Halifax explosion was that two ships collided. And it was like an omega boom. But the fact is, if we were to say that it killed everybody on the island... Now I gotta go through the other things and fucking kill people. Why does that show up for her? Well, I want to see her thing in episode 5 then. Also, let's go to the Angie side and everything. I can't kill anybody on this side. Can't execute you. Can't execute you. Can't kill you. Can't kill you. Now we're gonna be fucking limit testing here, man. We're gonna go through. Huh? Why is she only the one that disappears? She comes back if you... When you say really dead, do you mean like totally erased from like the universe because did like Burncastle like kill her or something at the end? Is that like the idea? Whose body was never witnessed. Murdered sometime after the early morning phone call by which Natsui learned that he was still alive. His corpse has not been found, but his death has been guaranteed by Burncastle with the red shirts. Yeah, see, this is the only interesting thing about this thing. When they mentioned that that Kraus was already dead. Fuck, I'm getting cold again. See, I knew this would happen. I gotta put my sweater back on. One sec. Dude, what is it with this? I'm gonna talk while I'm putting my sweater on. What is it with this author and doing like fucking explosions? They had the whole meme in Higurashi about the volcano going off, which was used to cover up what actually happened. Or spoiler, I guess. Spoiler for Higurashi. Spoiler, I can't press the spoiler key on my thing. That there was the whole explosion that happened in Higurashi from the air quote volcano, and that, oh, all the sulfurous compounds and gas, you know, they went through and they suffocated all the villagers, when in reality, like, man, we already know what happened. What is it with him and that? And now it makes me wonder, is he actually doing like a real one this time? The other thing too, is there like somebody that had like some insane leverage? Do you wonder if like finding the gold is also... Because we know then, in episode 3, that there is something weird. Sorry, I have my sweater back on and back down. There's something interesting about Ava then. How did she know to go to Kuwadorian to not die? Okay. And notice she doesn't... You can't kill her on this one. I doubt there's anything here, but I'm still going to... This one was a weird one too, where he was stabbed in the back. I feel like the room that he was in, it almost insinuated there was a hidden passage, but the only other thing is that there was maybe another person that was already in the room on top of Natsui and thing. Like the person could have already been hidden in the room with Natsui. That'd be like the only other possibility, because it's not like we really had any idea where everybody was at the time. Okay, so these were the people that died. And we know they got confirmed to have died by the end. This is really weird. I just noticed this. If you click on all these people, this can't be unintentional. The wound was deep enough, was deep enough, was deep enough. Is deep enough. Why is there a change? Why is there a change in tense here? The wound is deep enough. The wound was deep enough. Why is there a discrepancy here? Because this is present tense, these are all past tense. It's a bit odd. Can we kill anybody on this side? So we have like this. The Beatrice on the highest plane and the one who created this world entrusted everything to Battler during the 4th game and gave up the position of Game Master. She has lost not only the will to fight, but even the will to express herself and is now little more than a doll. In the world of the game board, those who do not fight have no meaning. Her existence is gradually losing its value and will probably break down and disappear before too long. Okay. Interesting. Here we go again, seeing if I can fucking kill anybody. Change? What's her fucking outfit? What changed here? Am I blind? Oh, the glasses. I'm gonna go back to the other episode too. I want to see if resurrecting this sister says something different every time. It's exactly the same. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, got my ear. Hurts a bit. The Rokenjima explosion. What the fuck? I'm actually gonna go through and see if I can fucking kill anybody, and I don't think it's gonna let me. Dude, Gap is my goat. Best fit in the game and ain't even close. I don't think any of these are gonna die, unfortunately. Yep, he did die. It is interesting that Rose is one of the other characters who does actually have a name written in the all caps. Okay. Wait, something is different there. The Endless Witch... Sorry, I put my glasses back on. The Endless Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. She's known for being exceptionally cruel even among witches. Blah, blah, blah. The power is meaningless. The Sea of Zero is nothing but zeros, no matter how they're multiplied. But once one was miraculously born into that sea, her world became infinite. Once she was joined with the Witch of Origins and Mariage Sorcier, their system of magic obtained endless expansion and infinite power. Interesting. A little mage who inherited the black blood from Kinzo. Unlike Kinzo, she was gifted with natural talent and began to tread the path of a mage while still young. That said, her power is still weak, and she's no more than an apprentice. She's skilled with enchantments. And the Witch of Origins, who will live for the next 1,000 years, possesses the motherly magical power to give birth to one from the Sea of Zero. At a glance, her magical power is weak. However, Zero will never become anything but Zero, no matter how it is multiplied. But the one she gave birth to will eventually surpass the heavens. Protected heavily by Beatrice, who understands her true values, she is in an alliance with Beatrice. We have Angie, the endless witch who will live for the next 1,000 years, with a witch hunter to slay all witches. Without understanding witches, one will never slay a witch. After understanding witches, still, never will one slay a witch. She understands witches and denies them. This contradictory power alone gives her the blade to slay witches. Okay, you can't execute her. Can't get rid of you. Can't get rid of you. Angie side, can I kill anybody on this side? Nope, I don't have the option to. Okay. I also don't trust this guy, by the way. Change. Oh yeah, she has a school outfit. Forgot about that. Something weird going on. The Rokenjima explosion thing is a very, very weird talking point to bring up. From a pleasure boat due to the Rokenjima explosion incident or accident that occurred shortly after. Her own accident was lost to history. Her family argues that she might have drifted to Rokenjima and gotten involved in the accident, but no evidence indicating her presence on the island has ever been found at the scene. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to go here. This is so weird. Interesting. I mean, this is the first time I've seen this mentioned. This is like watching Evangelion and you get to like way later in the show and they finally mention the Human Instrumentality Project and you're like, what the fuck is the Human Instrumentality Project? That's what I'm feeling like right now. Because they just randomly drop some fucking term on me. I don't even know what the fuck it means. Huh. Interesting. Well, we'll keep that of note. I'm trying to think if there's any other time that would come back. Is it supposed to be a meme that at the end of the game, when the credits roll every time, you know how it does like the thunder strike noise? Is that also supposed to be like mimicking an explosion? Is that like the... Also, when it says Rokenjima, like, does it mean the whole fucking island? I don't know. I think now we've truly exhausted any possibility for what there is to do.